of claimants coming to the UK government should increase the spend of building peace and security abroad.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend is right to say that asylum costs make up the bulk of Home Office spend classified as ODA spending, and that we're committed to reducing those asylum costs, including by ending the use of hotels, which will mean we can return that ODA resource so that it can be used upstream to prevent migratory flows happening in the first place.
Right. Shadow Home Secretary Criswell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Border security is fundamental, but between the July election and yesterday, 25,135 people illegally and dangerously crossed the English Channel, a 28% increase on the same period 12 months earlier. Does the Home Secretary now regret ignoring the National Crime Agency's advice that law enforcement alone is not enough and that a removals deterrent is needed?
I just perhaps point out to the Shadow Home Secretary that the figure he refers to, when the Conservatives were in government, we saw that many people arrive in the space of just over 100 days because they completely lost control of our borders and let criminal gangs take hold along the Channel. And 84,000 people arrived on small boats, while the Rwanda policy that he somehow wants to reintroduce managed to send just 4 volunteers. We have increased returns by over 20% to 19,000. That is important, but I hope he will explain why he voted against counter-terrorism powers to go after smuggler gangs.
Well, she talks about the Rwanda scheme. Of course, it never even started. As she well knows, the first flight was due to take off after the election, but she cancelled it. And in relation to returns, she mentions returns a moment ago and how they've gone up. What she failed to mention, Mr Speaker, was the vast majority of those, of course, did not enter the country by small boat. The number of small boat returns went down after this government came to office and represent only 4% of people crossing the English Channel. Does she really think letting 96% of illegal immigrants stay here is going to deter anybody?
To say to the Shadow Home Secretary, the Rwanda scheme ran for 2 years. It was running for 2 years. Exactly. All they managed to do...
Please, just let's show a little bit more assurance. When you ask the question, at least wait for the answer. Home Secretary.
They ran for 2 years, spent £700 million of taxpayers' money to return just 4 people. And in the period in which he was in government, 128,000 people arrived on small boats. A tiny percentage of them ever returned, even though those numbers included 12,000 Albanians. This government is having to sort this chaos out, but his party, again, fails to support counter-terrorism powers against smuggler and trafficking gangs, siding with the criminal smuggler gangs instead of the people of Britain.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's illegal to post a prostitution advert in a phone box, yet the very same advert can be freely posted online by a pimping website. Websites that make it as easy to order a woman to exploit as it is to order a takeaway. Does the Minister agree with me that we must urgently update our anti-pimping laws to make it a criminal offence to enable or to profit from the prostitution of another person, online or offline?
I thank my honourable friend for raising this important point. The government is clear that online platforms are a significant enabler of sexual exploitation and must be responsible and held accountable for the content on their sites, including taking proactive steps to prevent their sites being used by criminals. We are implementing the Online Safety Act, which sets a priority offences, including sexual exploitation and human trafficking.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On a recent visit to Marple Sixth Form College, I was reminded that the last Conservative government abandoned young people and our economy by trashing our relationship with Europe. And so I was delighted to see recent reports in the Times that the Prime Minister will offer a youth mobility scheme in negotiations with the EU. A common-sense approach that will give our young people opportunities and help grow our economy. So will the Minister support delivering the best possible deal for young people here in the UK by extending a youth mobility scheme to the EU?
Well, as the frontbench spokesperson for the Liberal Democrats knows, that is not our plan, and we are clear that net migration needs to come down. It quadrupled under the previous Conservative government in the space of just 4 years. Those numbers need to come down. We do believe we should support young people across this country, including through youth prevention partnerships.
Deirdre Costigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Exactly 2 weeks ago today, Darius Seraphin tragically died from a knife wound on the streets of West Ealing on a road long blighted by antisocial behaviour that I had written to the police about just the week before. How will the government's new respect orders and crackdown on knives help bring reassurance to my constituents in West Ealing?
I'm very sorry to hear about the incident that my honourable friend refers to, and she will know that we have a commitment to halve knife crime over the course of the next decade. We've already introduced the ban on zombie knives and machetes. We're on our way to moving forward on the ban on ninja swords. And last week, as the Home Secretary announced, the new measures under Ronan's law to tighten the lethal loopholes in the online sale of knives. And we're developing the Young Futures programme with prevention partnerships at their heart to stop young people getting involved in knife crime.
Graham Ledby, Bitter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Kia McNichol, is a mother to 4 children. Her 3-year-old Patrick was recently diagnosed with cancer. Kia's mother-in-law recently applied for a visa extension so that she can help her family with childcare through these most terrific of circumstances. Her application was rejected. Forgive me, Mr. Speaker, but I cannot tell the difference between this Labour government and the Tories who came before them. Will the Minister therefore commit to looking at this application again so that our constituent can focus on what matters most, the health of our son?
I thank the honourable member for his question. If he wants to write to me on that case, I'm very happy to look at it.
Alex Mayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Eni and Meany were 2 white cats from Stanbridge who were recently shot and killed. Could the Minister outline what discussions she has had with local police to ensure that these crimes are properly investigated and that the law is upheld?
Well, the abuse of animals using weapons of any type is an incredibly serious matter, and there are provisions in the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981, the Wild Mammals Protection Act 1996 and the Animal Welfare Act 2006. There's a range of offences there, and I would encourage anyone who witnesses this kind of event to report it to the police, and I will certainly be discussing with my colleagues in DEFRA about what more we can do.
Madam Maguire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents have raised concerns about e-bikes and e-scooters being a safety hazard when they've been modified or they're misused. What is the Minister doing to tackle riders travelling at high speeds on pavements and within pedestrian areas to help my constituents feel safe on their streets again?
I can reassure the honourable member that the dangerous and antisocial behaviour involving e-bikes will also be covered by the legislation that we will be bringing in to be introduced tomorrow to tackle vehicles and off-road bikes used in antisocial behaviour so that we can keep streets and communities safe.
To Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Antisocial behaviour is too common on the Wirral and it ruins lives. This morning I spoke to my constituent Henry and he told me how it has made him feel like a prisoner in his own home, having groups of youths hanging outside, intimidating, threatening and damaging property. Can I ask the Home Secretary what more can be done to tackle this abuse and to support the victims?
My honourable friend is right to raise this because too often antisocial behaviour is dismissed as a sort of low-level crime, and yet it can make people's lives a complete misery. That's why we need more neighbourhood police back on our streets working in communities in order to prevent and tackle the kinds of problems communities face.
Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister recently said he was, and I quote, hardwiring growth into all decisions of the Cabinet. How did he react when the Home Secretary told him that her policy on electronic travel authorisations would cost the economy nearly £735 million over 5 years?
I thank the honourable member for his question. We are introducing it as in line with the approach of our international partners, also like Australia and the USA, who have also been looking at how we can make sure that we enhance our ability to pre-screen travellers upstream and stop those who pose a threat from travelling to the UK. It's the former Immigration Minister and now Secretary of State for Justice who said at the time that ETAs will enhance our border security by increasing our knowledge about those who seek to come and prevent the arrival of those who pose a threat. If he he disagreed with him, I suggest they might have a catch-up about it, and perhaps the party opposite will have worked out by then where it stands on this policy, an initiative that started after them.
Mr Speaker, in recent years, the UK has slid down the international league table on tackling corruption. Given the threat of corruption to our democracy, our economy and our national security, can my right honourable friend say whether the government intend to publish a new comprehensive anti-corruption strategy?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for the work that he does with the APPG. I can confirm that this government takes the broader threat of corruption, illicit finance and kleptocracy extremely seriously. This is why we've announced that we'll publish a new UK anti-corruption strategy this year. The new strategy will include measures that make it harder for corrupt actors to operate, strengthen global resilience to corruption and address the UK's vulnerabilities to corruption, including ways to ensure that all those in public service are held to the highest standards.
James Cleverly.
The Home Secretary knows that raising the minimum income threshold has reduced net migration, which is why I introduced it as when I was Home Secretary. If she wants to continue bringing net migration down, will she now confirm that she will introduce the further increases to the thresholds in the future, as I had proposed to do?
Home Secretary.
Net migration quadrupled during the period while the former Home Secretary was in government. In the space of just 4 years, the most shocking loss of control of our borders, including we saw visas and overseas recruitment shoot up at exactly the same time as training here in the UK fell. That is why this government will set out a white paper which sets out measures to reduce net migration, including making sure that employers recruit and train here in the UK.
Jill Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On Friday night, I joined Bedford police officers on a ride-along to see firsthand the great work they do helping vulnerable people. However, the Policing Minister knows that Bedfordshire Police rely heavily on specific grants to tackle serious, violent and organised crime. Will she be able to confirm that these grants will be continuing and when we might be able to hear?
Well, can I just say that I visited Bedfordshire Police before Christmas and I agree they're an excellent force and decisions around funding will be made in due course.
Tim Foran.
Mr Speaker, refugees here from Ukraine on the Homes for Ukraine scheme are not eligible to indefinite leave. They have a 3-year visa, which in many cases obviously is about to expire, and they have got a very short window to apply for what is only an 18-month extension. Does she agree with me that that is not long enough for Ukrainian families here to be able to plan their future, and will she reconsider?
I can say to the honourable member that we continue to support the Homes for Ukraine visa. It remains extremely important, and I have a family still living with me in Yorkshire from Ukraine, and we will continue to support it, and we will also continue to make sure that people are not disadvantaged by the deadlines that have been set.
Mr Osborne.
Thank you very much. Mr Speaker, challenging violence against women and girls is absolutely critical mission of this government. Can I ask, what work is the Minister doing with the Department for Education to promote positive role models in our schools and further education colleges?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question and say I'm literally about to go into a cross-government ministerial meeting with the Department for Education about exactly that. Our violence against women and girls strategy will not succeed without the prevention of education.
Timothy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Home Secretary quite conspicuously failed to answer the question from my honourable friend, the member for Wales Kent earlier, so I'm going to have another go. Should it ever be a criminal offence for anybody to desecrate a religious text, yes or no?
Well, the honourable member will know we don't have a blasphemy law in this country, nor will we have so.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 3 weeks ago, I met a 9-year-old boy in Blackpool's Asylum Hotel. He cannot walk, has frequent seizures and is non-verbal. Since May last year, his family has been requesting a wheelchair because they have to carry him everywhere they go. No child, especially one with these needs, should have to go through the equipment that gives them the dignity to live. Does the Minister agree with me that hotels such as this is unsuitable for vulnerable children? And will she personally intervene to help me get this young lad a wheelchair?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And thank you for bringing this concern, this matter to my attention. My officials have investigated, and Serco has referred the case to healthcare partners who are currently in the process of providing a suitable wheelchair following a thorough assessment of the child's needs. Officials are monitoring the situation closely to ensure that the family receives the support they require.
Sir Olney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Domestic abuse services in my area are telling me there's a specific shortage of places in shelters for men, and that this is a particular problem for women who are fleeing domestic abuse with their teenage sons. Can I ask the Minister what's being done to address this problem specifically?
Refuge accommodation actually sits in the Department for Communities and Housing. However, we have invested £30 million extra for local councils to look at the need that they have in their local area, which includes creating dispersed accommodation to allow, because in group accommodation, women with older boys are often not allowed.
Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I held a summit in the top of town with local businesses in Basingstoke to discuss how we can breathe new life into our town centre. One of the key messages that came across was that persistent antisocial behaviour was making residents feel unsafe and putting in a barrier in place for businesses to thrive. What reassurance can the Home Secretary give businesses and constituents in Basingstoke that this government is making progress in restoring town centre patrols?
My honourable friend is exactly right to raise this for Basingstoke and also for towns right across the country. Town centres have been blighted by a 60% increase in shop theft over the last 2 years before the election, as well as antisocial behaviour. That is why tackling town centre crime will be at the heart of the Crime and Policing Bill introduced tomorrow.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that it would be a better use of Greater Manchester police officers' time if they actually policed the streets and prevented crime, rather than visiting grandmothers' homes to discuss a Facebook post?
Well, perhaps the honourable member missed the discussion about this earlier. We have been clear. Neighbourhood policing is the central priority for policing that this government has set to tackle town centre crimes, to tackle challenges across the country, and also to tackle serious violence, including violence against women and girls, and also including the knife crime, which is devastating young lives. Those are the priorities we have made clear to police forces right across the country as part of our policing reform and part of our new legislation.
Final question, Jonathan Brash.
Dispersed accommodation for asylum is unevenly distributed across the country. That's why in Hartlepool we are supporting 50 asylum seekers per 10,000 in the population, yet a few miles up the road in the neighbouring local authority it's 7 per 10,000, with local authorities elsewhere in the country hosting none. Does the Minister agree this is unfair, and as we bring the numbers down, we must evenly distribute the areas that support asylum seekers?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we did inherit a very uneven distribution, if I could put it that way, of dispersed accommodation, often in poorer areas where their presence puts more pressure on local communities. It's not a situation we would have wanted to create, and it's one that we will want to remedy over time.
Right, that completes questions. Let front bench change over. Right, we now come to the urgent question. Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Business and Trade if he will make a statement on the planned Oxford site.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is determined to see a strong, thriving UK automotive industry. We recognise the vital role the British motor industry plays within our manufacturing landscape, employing over 150,000 people, with tens of thousands more working in the wider supply chain. It's why we're ploughing £2 billion into the sector's green transition and £300 million encouraging the uptake of new, clean, green electric vehicles, a big incentive for the global automotive sector to invest in the UK. Building on this momentum, our modern industrial strategy will back automotive companies who want to invest in Britain and drive long-term sustainable UK growth. We know that BMW has taken a commercial decision to delay the production of 2 new electric Mini models at its Oxford plant. I know this news will undoubtedly be unsettling for the company's many hard-working employees, not least those working directly on the production line. But I must stress that BMW remains committed to its investment in the UK, and it is by no means unusual for a manufacturer to adjust their product lineup or production start dates for commercial reasons. We are proud that BMW considers Oxford the heart of Mini production, and as a government we're throwing our weight behind its investments. We want big automotive brands from Britain and around the world to lie at the heart of our growth mission and our plan for change, creating well-paid jobs and putting more money into people's pockets. As part of that effort, this government is working closely with BMW as it reviews its investment timelines, ensuring that more cars are built right here in the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I draw attention to my entry in the Register of Interest. Now, I expected the Secretary of State to hide from talk of CVs. It seems that also applies to EVs, because this weekend we saw the disastrous consequences of Labour's rigid approach to net zero, BMW hitting the brakes on a £600 million investment into Plant Oxford. That deal from 2023 would have secured 4,000 high-quality jobs and was a strong vote of confidence in the UK. Like other deals, this was only possible because the previous government was willing to be pragmatic. Conservatives made the sensible decision to delay the ban on internal combustion engine cars, bringing the UK into line with major global economies, France, Germany, Sweden, Canada. But Labour said they knew better, restoring the 2030 phase-out date in their manifesto. And when the negative impacts of that approach became clear, they launched a fast-track consultation on the ZEV mandate, pitifully attempting to buy themselves time. But surely no consultation is necessary. The effects of their puritanical ZEV obsession is already clear. JLR say the ZEV mandate is causing severe disruption to the market. Vauxhall confirmed it would shut down its Luton factory, citing the ZEV mandate, making the plant less economically viable. And now the future of Plant Oxford, the home of the Mini since 1959, is uncertain. Labour's reckless policies have shattered industry confidence, with consumer demand for EVs dropping off a cliff, with numbers only just about sustained by subsidised fleet sales. So will the Minister do the right thing? Stop hiding behind consultations and acknowledge their ideological approach to net zero will only lead to economic disaster for our automotive sector and consumers alike?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to know where to start, really. The puritanical ZEV obsession was, as the Honourable Gentleman knows, a Conservative policy from the last government. The only changes that were made to that policy under the last Prime Minister was to dampen demand by changing the deadline, but hampering manufacturers by not changing any of the flexibilities or pragmatism in how the policy operated. It was the worst of both worlds. Labour, by contrast, and this government, by contrast, is acting with pragmatism. We are ensuring that we are listening to industry. We are ensuring that we get this right. We are working at pace to do that, but we are also creating the conditions in which the automotive industry can thrive. That doesn't just mean delivering the economic stability and political stability that was so lacking under the previous government. It also means delivering an industrial strategy that delivers growth, including the automotive industry. It means investing £2 billion in the budget for automotive transition. It means investing in R&D. It means supporting our industries and talking to them and understanding the global climate. It was really clear in the statement that BMW made that there were macroeconomic, global and commercial reasons why the decision to delay has been made. But BMW are also clear that they are still committed to this investment in the UK. I have talked to my friend, the Right Honourable Member for Oxford East, who is liaising closely with workers and unions there, as you would expect, and we will continue to work in the right. We will continue to work to make sure we have the right economic and political climate to make sure these industries can grow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister update the House on the progress on the industrial strategy and the automotive industry in particular, and how the paper will support our places like the supply chains like Dudley and across the West Midlands?
Minister. I thank my honourable friend for that question. The industrial strategy we are working at pace on delivering that in the spring. There are 150,000 good jobs in the automotive industry, and we want to see those jobs grow. We have identified 8 growth sectors that the industrial strategy will turbocharge, and advanced manufacturing is one of those, which of course includes the auto industry. We have the £2 billion investment that was committed at the last budget to underpin that. Also in the industrial strategy, we are working at what are any barriers to growth that we can identify that we can make sure the sector grows over the years to come. The industrial strategy will be that 5-10 year, give the stability that we need over the long term, but also look at the policy levers that are in our control to make sure businesses continue to want to invest in the UK. And indeed, PwC have just ranked the UK as the second best place in the world to invest, so I think the future is positive.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is yet another failure of the government's main aim to get Britain growing again. Zero-emission vehicles are too expensive and appear too hard to manufacture in the UK, forcing us into an unfortunate reality where we are reliant on Elon Musk for our supply of EVs, funneling money into his already very deep pockets, rather than promoting a productive domestic market with good jobs. We need to show ambition and make it easier for ordinary families to buy EVs. What measures will the government take to support and encourage consumer demand for electric vehicles?
The honourable gentleman talks about our policies in this government to grow the economy. We held an international investment summit a few months ago where £63 billion of investment was announced. £2 billion, as I've already mentioned, in the budget announced for the automotive industry. Interest rates have been cut 3 times, wages are up, more than 70,000 jobs have been secured in the UK since this government came to power. The IMF and the OECD predict that the UK will be Europe's fastest growing economy over the next few years, and our industrial strategy, which was scrapped under the last government, will be the backbone to ensure we deliver growth. He asks what we are doing. I've already set out the stability, investment and reform that we are bringing to the sector to make sure it can thrive. We have hundreds of thousands of people who rely on the automotive industry, who work within it or within its supply chains. These are good, well-paid jobs, and we are absolutely determined to make sure the sector grows.
Antonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has set out how we delivered £2 billion worth of support for the automotive sector at the budget, both for the manufacturing and for the crucial supply chains in places like my Black Country constituency, as well as in Oxford. Is she able at this point to set out any further details about how this money is going to be used to support our brilliant manufacturing?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question and for her support for the industry, which is so important. We have, through the £2 billion funding and through the Automotive Transformation Fund, through the Exceptional Regional Growth Fund and through the Advanced Propulsion Centre R&D Fund, a lot of innovative ways in which we are supporting industry. I was really pleased to see just in January Japco, who make transmissions for Nissan, announcing that they will be putting the first manufacturing plant in Europe here in the UK, converting an old hospital building. That's a £50 million investment. It's going to be at the International Advanced Manufacturing Park in Sunderland. These are the kinds of opportunities that we want to create and deliver.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jaguar Land Rover, which has its engine manufacturing centre based in Staffordshire, is a vital employer, not just for Staffordshire, but right across the West Midlands. That plant is pioneering the development of electric vehicles for JLR. What additional support and flexibility is the government going to show to make sure great British brands continue to prosper in the West Midlands?
Well, the honourable gentleman is right to talk about great British brands. We have some incredible small car manufacturers as well as the larger here in the UK, and we have a big diversity of that provision, and we are going to make sure, whether it's through supporting the development of gigafactories here in the UK, so we're making the batteries that we need, whether it's helping with R&D and innovation to make our cars more sophisticated and more efficient, or whether it's support to the large manufacturers to make sure the conditions are right to develop here in the UK. We are doing all of those things through our industrial strategy and our automotive strategy. I work with the Automotive Council. We met just a couple of weeks ago talking about the vibrant future that we see in the UK for automotive, and I'm always happy to talk to JLR, as I have done several times, about their plans.
Whereas, Mr. Speaker, now I know the Shadow Minister struggles with the dynamics of the automotive industry. 50% of new vehicle sales for the last 20 years have been fleet and business sales. But does the Minister agree with me that the decision taken today is a commercial decision based around the structure of BMW's dealer network as opposed to an obsession with petrol and diesel vehicles?
My honourable friend is absolutely right that this is a commercial decision, and we are talking, as you would expect, to BMW. My officials were with them in Munich a couple of weeks ago, and then speaking to them a couple of weeks, I've met with the UK MD several times, as you would expect. And we are talking to them to support those commercial decisions that they need to make. They made clear that there were macroeconomic, global and commercial reasons why this delay has been announced. It's not uncommon for these delays to be there, and I know that BMW remains committed to this investment in the UK.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are more than 300 employees at the BMW plant in Oxford who live in my constituency of Bristol and Woodstock. This morning I met with plant conveners from the Unite Union to discuss the impact that the uncertainty at the plant is having on these workers and their families. So can the Minister outline for the House exactly how the new industrial strategy will help the plant be more competitive in the face of severe competition from other BMW plants in the EU, US and China?
So the honourable gentleman is right to highlight the concern that I suspect employees feel. They have known about this change since last year, but there's 3,500 people who work in that Oxford plant, and many more who work either in Rolls-Royce, which is owned by BMW, or in other parts in the UK. There are a number of issues that we are looking at through the industrial strategy that we will use the £2 billion for, and we will use the powers that we have. Skills, access to finance, energy costs, these are all issues that we are having lots of conversations about, as well as the transition to electric vehicles. And we are making sure that the flight path for investment into the UK is as good as possible, and that those who are already investing in the UK will continue to do so. BMW have announced a £300 million investment in their Rolls-Royce company, which they own, and they remain committed to this investment in the UK. But I appreciate that there will be concerns amongst the workers that he's been talking to, and I'm always happy to meet with people and to discuss those more.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Tatter's Lammy in my constituency produces world-class automotive steel. So in acknowledging the importance of the automotive sector, as the Minister has, can the Minister also acknowledge the importance of having a strong steel industry and steel plants like Lammy making steel for EVs and making it at the heart of the forthcoming industrial strategy, which the party opposite never had?
I am glad that my honourable friend has managed to bring steel into the debate, as I always am. It's incredibly important. That's why we're having a separate steel strategy on top of the work that we're doing in the industrial strategy to make sure we have a thriving sector in the future, looking at all of the similar issues, whether it's the transition, whether it's energy prices, whether it's access to finance, whether it's access to the grid connections, all of these issues that we're grappling with, scrap, All of these things she knows well about, and we will continue to make sure that those 6 steel producers that we have in the UK can thrive, and that indeed we can bring in new business as well.
Samuel Wilson.
Speaker. In an earlier answer to the Shadow Secretary of State, the Minister stated that the strategy is resulting in people wanting to invest in the United Kingdom. The sad fact is that every week, as a result of the mad net zero policies that this government is following, we're losing investment. And this is yet another example. So does she not follow the logic? If you punish people for producing the cars that people don't want, then you're going to find that, of course, they'll cut back production, they'll cut back jobs, consumers won't get what they want, and economic growth is going to be affected. When is this government going to come to the conclusion that this policy of net zero and punishing people is wrong?
So I don't know if the honourable gentleman saw, but the CBI brought out some figures just over the weekend showing that the net zero economy grew by 10% last year, which is significantly more than the economy as a whole, as he would understand. We are absolutely right to be transitioning to electric vehicles so that we can stick to our commitments on climate change. What we are doing is being pragmatic in the way that we do that. We are not following the same policy as the previous government because we are talking to industry, we are consulting. We will be bringing out in due course the results of that consultation about how the flexibilities are working within that transition and whether we need to change them in any way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the British car industry was thriving until the Conservative Party introduced net stupid zero. And now we've got another car plant at risk, another business struggling, losing hundreds of millions of pounds, and hundreds more British jobs at risk. Will the Minister agree with me that actually the automotive industry in the UK will continue to decline until we scrap net zero?
Here we go, Mr. Speaker, with the same old lines, on the one hand in this place telling us net zero is a massive con, and yet he owns a company investing in electric car charging points. Investing. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker.
That well-known BMW plant in Strangford, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister? It's often the Minister has a real interest in the subject matter that she has ministerial responsibility for. So I want to put it on record my thanks to the Honourable Lady. I know when I've had meetings about other things in Northern Ireland, the Minister's been anxious to help me and support me, and I appreciate that. Minister, the decision not to go ahead with the EV production is disappointing, to say the least, yet it does perhaps maybe indicate a wider issue that we're facing in the manufacturing industry due to rising costs. So what can the Minister do to help companies to be more attractive to investment with lower energy costs, and assurances that government is in support of ensuring that British jobs are not sent to China, and that those firms who choose to relocate jobs will understand that no future aid or help will be forthcoming? Thank you so much.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind words and for his question. I should be clear, just so the House is really clear, the decision has not been made to not go ahead. This is a delay and a change in timing. It's not that BMW are committed to go ahead with this investment. At the moment, their e-Mini is being produced in China. This investment will bring it to here in the UK. Now, there is lots that must be done in terms of energy prices, as the honourable gentleman says. If you're building a gigafactory, you get a significant reduction in your energy prices, but I know that the manufacturing sector more widely are talking to us virtually every day about these kinds of issues, and through the industrial strategy and the reforms that we want to bring in, and through spending that £2 billion that we had in the budget, we hope to deliver a thriving automotive industry well into the future.
Right, that completes the urgent question. Let the front bench change over. Right, we now come to the statement on Ukraine. I call the First Secretary, David Lammy.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will make a statement on Ukraine. In January 2022, I visited the Wall of Remembrance of the Fallen in Kyiv with my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary. Seeing the faces of all of those who had lost their lives since 2014 brought home the human cost of Kremlin imperialism and Ukrainian determination to stand up to it. And indeed, some weeks later, just as British and American intelligence services had warned, we awoke to news of Putin's full-scale invasion launched to shatter the sovereign state of Ukraine. Today we mark 3 years of Ukrainian courage in resisting. That brutal, illegal, unprovoked invasion. I have witnessed their fortitude firsthand on 3 visits to Kyiv over the last year. Their defiant blitz spirit as Russian missiles and drones rain down night after night after night. So on this grim anniversary, amid all the talk about talks, we must not forget that Russia's barbaric war goes on. That Ukrainian people are suffering, and beyond Europe, the conflict is piling pressure on the world's poorest too. Mr. Speaker, this debate takes place against the backdrop of intense diplomatic efforts, responding, of course, to President Trump's call to bring this war to a swift end. At the G20 in South Africa last week, I listened to Sergei Lavrov. Once again, he shamelessly played the victim, rehashing the same old lies. And I will say to this House what I said in response. If Russia is serious about a lasting peace that respects Ukraine's sovereignty, Ukraine's independence, and the United Nations Charter, guarantees Ukraine's security against future aggression, rejects imperialism, then Britain will listen. No one wants this more than Ukraine. And at the Munich Security Conference, I underlined that Ukraine must be at the heart of any talks about Ukraine's future. And I said the West must learn from our history. Vladimir Putin and his war is no historical aberration. He draws on a Tsarist tradition, the imperialism and authoritarianism of Peter the Great or Nicholas I, and a Soviet tradition. He is, after all, a KGB agent who operates by deception. It was an American diplomat, Mr. Speaker, George Kennan, who warned in 1947 of a deep continuity in Kremlin thinking. It's referred to as the long telegram. He argued that they would only respond to strength, and that was the basis for the policy of containment, a part of which Britain contributed tens of thousands of troops to the British Army of the Rhine. It was this strength, not paper promises, which deterred Moscow from further advances west. Today, let us look at the Kremlin's recent record. The Helsinki Final Act of 1975, betrayed. The Budapest Memorandum of 1994, betrayed. The NATO-Russian Founding Act of 1997, betrayed. The Minsk Agreement of 2014 and 2015, betrayed. This is foreign policy by lies. And we must respond by being true to ourselves and provide the support Ukraine needs to stay strong. Because that is what is needed to secure a lasting peace and to shape our collective security so that Putin never invades again. The UK has a unique role in helping to shape and make this happen. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, was in Paris last week talking to our European allies about how we step up support for Ukraine, accelerate work on security guarantees, and take more responsibility for the security of our continent. And in Munich, I spoke to Vice President Vance and Secretary of State Rubio. While in Brussels, my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, chaired the Ukraine's Defence Contact Group, where US Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth confirmed that, like us, the US wants to see a sovereign, prosperous Ukraine. Europe must shoulder its share of the burden. With the United States and their unique capabilities, we can deter Putin from attacking Ukraine again, from escalating hybrid Russian attacks in Europe into some form of direct confrontation. So this week, the Prime Minister and I will be travelling to Washington, D.C. to meet President Trump. Ukraine needs friends and allies on both sides of the Atlantic working together to achieve peace through strength. Both President Trump and President Zelensky have spoken of their desire to achieve this. And the Prime Minister will reaffirm to Zelensky in a call today that this is Britain's goal as well. This must include European countries investing more in our own defence and capabilities. Already, the UK has stepped up and sped up military assistance. We've committed £3 billion in military aid a year, every year, for as long as it takes. And over the next 2 years, we will provide an additional £2.26 billion earmarked for military spending via our share of the £50 billion G7 loan backed by frozen Russian assets. In addition, as the Prime Minister has made clear, we know our Kremlin history, which is why we're ready to contribute to future security guarantees for Ukraine in the context of a US backstop, including by putting our own troops on the ground if necessary. That would not be an easy decision. Anyone in this House who has taken responsibility for the lives of British servicemen and women can attest to that. Yet I know the whole House recognises that Ukraine's security is our security. The UK also continues to set the pace on ratcheting up the economic pressure on the Kremlin. Together with our international partners, we have already denied Russia access to $400 billion. Their war economy is increasingly unsustainable. Inflation is 9.9% and rising. That's just the official figure, of course. Interest rates are running at 21%. And this year, Russia will spend almost 41% of its budget on defence and security. Today, Mr. Speaker, we're announcing our biggest package of sanctions since the early days of the war. Over 100 targets, including 40 oil tankers, our largest set of ship specifications in a single sanctions package yet, as well as third country enablers pouring money into Putin's war chest, and new legislation imposing additional trade sanctions on Russia too. This will deny Russia access to world-leading expertise needed to maintain its war. And today, the UK is also solidifying our historic 100-year partnership with Ukraine. Signed by the Prime Minister and President Zelensky in Kyiv in January, in February, I saw for myself how much this partnership means to Ukraine and how much potential there is for our collective growth and security. Together, we lay that agreement in Parliament for scrutiny, and I look forward to it entering into force when that process is complete, a clear sign of our confidence in Ukraine's future. Mr. Speaker, this is a critical moment. I want to acknowledge how colleagues have stood united these past 3 years, honourable members from all parties, as well as noble lords in the other place, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, several predecessors as Foreign Secretary. I'm proud of this unity. It's a tribute to our country. Proud of this country's unwavering support to our Ukrainian friends. Proud that the United Kingdom is rightly taking on the responsibility of bringing our allies together. That is how we confront a foreign policy based on lies. How we secure Ukraine's future, secure Europe's future, and face down a Kremlin dictator once again. Slava Ukraini. I commend this statement to the House.
To the Foreign Secretary, Dame Priti Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by thanking the Foreign Secretary for his statement and the advanced sight of it as well. Because, Mr. Speaker, the House stands united with Ukraine on this absolutely grim milestone. 3 years on from Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, we all think of the innocent lives caught up in this terrible conflict. The civilians mercilessly killed in towns such as Bucha and Irpin and in the east. The young Ukrainian children forcibly deported to Russia. The families of brave troops who have not returned alive from the front line. And all of those, Mr. Speaker, with life-changing injuries. And those who've lost their homes and possessions. When the war started, the UK led the global efforts to back Ukraine and to rightly punish Putin. From training tens of thousands of Ukrainian recruits on British soil, to donating Challenger 2 battle tanks and Storm Shadow missiles, to being part of an unprecedented international sanctions response that has deprived Putin's regime of $400 billion, to being one of the first countries to provide Ukraine with that multi-billion, multi-year pound funding pledge in military aid. The UK has led the way for Ukraine. And our support has made a material difference to Ukraine's ability to hold the line. Never forget that the cost of this war to Putin has been catastrophic. Russia's Black Sea Fleet has been pummeled, and it is likely by the summer that Russia will have incurred 1 million casualties, with Putin desperately turning to North Korea for troops and to Iran for weapons. Meanwhile, as we've heard, Russia's economy is in dire straits. There have been uprisings against Putin's regime, and the central pitch of his leadership, that he was the great restorer of Russia's stability, lies in ruins. Mr. Speaker, the British public continue to rightly stand resolutely with Ukraine, and they expect us as politicians across this House to do so. And I just want to thank again the many thousands who have so generously opened up their homes to Ukrainians fleeing the war, including through the Homes to Ukraine scheme. Genuinely, they've showed the best of our country, the best of Britain. Mr. Speaker, although there has been much debate, and we've heard already, about the course of the conflict in recent days, this war continues to rage. And I urge the government, rightly so, to continue giving Ukraine everything they need, all the hardware they need, and all the diplomatic support to strengthen their hand. And I'm sure the Foreign Secretary with the Prime Minister will do that in Washington this week. There must be no let-up whatsoever. We welcome the announcement today on new sanctions. And can the Foreign Secretary confirm that there are no plans to lift sanctions in the future? And if he discusses the use particularly of sanctions when he goes to Washington this week, and the role of the United States on this sanctions policy, can the Foreign Secretary give us an assurance and update us on whether we should expect to see any new resources and support, either in terms of military aid or humanitarian support in the coming weeks? Now is the time for Britain to lead, as the Foreign Secretary has said, as we did from day one, and ensure that Ukraine is in the best possible position to decide its own future. We should be very clear. It remains ultimately for Ukraine, as a proud and sovereign nation that has sacrificed so much to defend itself, to decide its own future, and that's peace through strength. We want this terrible war to be brought to an end, and like President Zelensky, we want a lasting, reliable and just peace. But the Euro-Atlantic community must continue to be intensely robust in the face of Putin's aggression, because a lesson of the last 20 years is clear, that he only comes back for more. We must ensure that this illegal invasion like this can never happen again. We need a stronger deterrence. We recognise the Prime Minister has commented on the options and the security guarantees in recent days, and I can assure the House that His Majesty's opposition stands ready to engage with this government at every single level. We must lead our NATO allies in Europe, both in the long term. Collective defence and planning must be coordinated to back Ukraine in their fight for freedom. There is already, as the government will know, a fully funded plan to get to 2.5% of GDP on defence by 2030 from the previous government. And I would strongly urge this government to at least look at a minimum plan to match that commitment, and we will work with them in terms of how that is delivered, to set a new benchmark for other NATO countries to follow, and to fire up everything that we can on defence production. The US also knows that the UK has an influential role in NATO, and I'm sure the Foreign Secretary will be discussing that this week. I would also just like to say that in light of this target for 2.5%, it's not a goal in itself, it's an important step on that journey to increase the strength of our defence spending. And given the threats our nation faces, I would urge the government, and in fact the Foreign Secretary, because this is within his purview and his department, to review and repurpose some of the 0.5% currently spent on ODA to further our national defence and safety and security. Finally, the moral and economic case for mobilising sovereign assets of Russia to support Ukraine is very clear. The Foreign Secretary has spoken about this already. I would urge the government to do more. Mr. Speaker, we stand united as one house. Slava Ukraine.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for the unity she demonstrated once again in this chamber on this subject. And I can confirm to her that, of course, all hardware and military support, all diplomatic support, all humanitarian support continues, and we continue to discuss these issues with our European partners, particularly at meetings at the Munich Security Conference and subsequently, and will continue to do that to ensure that we put Ukraine in the strongest possible position. She rightly mentions the British casualties over these last few years, and there have been 17 British nationals who have served as members of the armed forces of Ukraine who've been killed in action, and we remember them on this day. She also rightly mentions Ukraine and the solidarity that we continue to show with Ukraine. We continue to discuss sanctions, of course, with our European partners, and just as we have announced a sanction package today, the EU, following their meeting of the Foreign Affairs Council, have announced a sanctions package too. This is all to bear down on Putin's war machine. Can I confirm to her that we are continuing also to support Ukraine with an medical aid package for their men and women on the front line. I'm very grateful to the Defence Secretary for making further funds available in relation to that. And she rightly comments on defence spending. We're grateful for the unity that the official opposition is demonstrating on this issue. As we have said, it is very, very clear to all that Europe must pay a bigger part of the burden. In capitals right across the continent, leaders are considering these issues, and we have said we will come forward with our plan shortly, and we will. And of course, in this context, NATO, and we've seen this from the Secretary-General, have been very clear from both the burden sharing and the burden shifting environment that we are now in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In my role as Defence Committee Chair, I get the opportunity to meet many ambassadors, defence ministers, attachés and other stakeholders here in London, but also at events and gatherings like the Munich Security Conference. And there is considerable consternation and anxiety about whether, amongst them, about whether long-established and hard-earned alliances, rather than a short-term transactional approach, can still be relied upon. And given the reduced American presence, and as we mark the 3rd anniversary of Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine, full-scale illegal invasion of Ukraine, people are looking for leadership. And I feel that this is our time as a nation to take that lead on defence and security matters in our continent. Does my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, agree that it can be our Prime Minister who takes that lead in our continent while pulling together our transatlantic NATO and other allies in the process?
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for his question. The UK has been ironclad in its support for Ukraine. We have been forward-leaning as Ukraine's primary friend in Europe and across the world under successive governments. It is also the case that we have a special relationship with the United States. It's a special relationship underpinned by a lot of military and defence capability and support over many, many years, and of course a very close intelligence relationship. All of this we bring to bear in ensuring, of course, that we get a resolution to this terrible conflict, but the resolution that means that we have an enduring peace where Ukraine is at the centre of those discussions, and he should be absolutely sure that the UK intends to play its part, and it's why we will meet with Donald Trump this week, but also the Prime Minister has been at the centre of much shuttle diplomacy over this last period.
Spokesperson Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement. Today marks 3 years since Putin launched his barbaric, full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Many people, including Putin, expected Russian tanks to capture Kyiv in days. Yet Putin failed to consider the resolve of the Ukrainian people. 3 years on, Ukrainians bravely continue the fight against Putin's imperialism in defence of their sovereignty. The UK and this House has stood together with Ukraine throughout these darkest hours. Across the country, people opened their homes to Ukrainian guests and demonstrated their opposition to Putin's war. We must continue to support Ukrainians living in the UK, including by providing urgent clarity on what permanent options to remain the government will introduce for them. The past week has, however, exposed the fragility of the West's support for Ukraine. In parroting the Kremlin's false claims that Ukraine started this war and that President Zelensky is a dictator, President Trump has shown that the US can't be trusted to support Ukraine's defence. That is why the UK, working with our continental allies, must step up to lead in Europe. This must include the UK committing to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence as soon as possible, and all parties working together to build a consensus on reaching 3%. The Liberal Democrats support the government's suggestion that British troops could join a reassurance mission in Ukraine if a just settlement is reached. This would depend on parliamentary approval for such military deployment. We also support the government's announcement today of new sanctions targeting Russian kleptocrats. I urge the Foreign Secretary to add the pro-Russian founder of Georgia Dream, Bidzina Ivanishvili, to that list. The government should also now move to seize the frozen Russian assets totalling £40 billion across the UK and Europe and channel these funds into Ukraine's defence. As a start, can the Foreign Secretary update the House on what is delaying the release of the £2.5 billion that was promised to Ukraine from the sale of Chelsea Football Club? This week in Washington, the Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary must make clear that the UK will continue to stand side by side with Ukraine for as long as it takes to preserve Ukrainian sovereignty. Slava Ukraini.
Foreign Secretary.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman, and can I say to him on his comments on President Trump that we share President Trump's desire to bring this barbaric war to an end. We know that Russia could do that by withdrawing its troops tomorrow, and President Trump agrees with us that it's important that Ukraine is at the table. And when I spoke to Secretary Rubio, he was absolutely clear that there can be no peace without Ukraine. In fact, he was also clear that because of the burden of UK and EU sanctions, there can not easily be a resolution to this conflict without Europe at the table as well. He asked about sanctions and designations. I think combined across both parties, we've now got more sanctions in relation to this crime, frankly, and this terrible conflict than any other in our parliamentary history. I can't comment on future designations, but he will know, and he would have seen from my comments, that our desire is to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position. We know that Putin has used his economy and turned his economy into a war economy, and we know that there are evasions that we will continue to bear down. And he rightly mentions the issue with Abramovich and that money that has been set aside, and we are redoubling our efforts to unlock that money that could be used for the front line to support Ukraine over the course of these next few months.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am sure that our Ukrainian allies will listen to the steadfast support in this House and feel heartened, and also notice whose voices are absent from the House at this point in time. But can I ask the Foreign Secretary, just with the press reports of a deal apparently imminent on the Ukrainian mineral deposits for America as the price of continued support, is there anything more that we and our European partners can do, and indeed has this issue been discussed, about how we can stop those eventual products, the crucial metals, ending up in the hands of our enemy and competitor states?
Well, the Honourable Lady asks a good question. And I actually discussed this issue with President Zelensky when I was in Ukraine a few days ago. We discussed it in the context of the 100-year partnership that we have just signed with Ukraine. And I do believe that that partnership, which is a unique document in our history, in Ukraine's history, but actually it's a unique document in the context of the world, sets a pretty good guide as to how to strike a relationship across many fronts, a relationship that, of course, will bring big wins for British business over the years ahead, but also for Ukrainian business. We will learn from their innovation. And look, I look forward to the discussions that Ukraine is having with the United States. It's for them to make their own judgments, but I do think the 100-year partnership could be a good guide.
Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for the robust and bipartisan approach that he's taking to this crisis? And in that spirit, can I say to him that if the government came forward with plans to reduce the number of adult welfare recipients just to 2019 levels, that would save £40 billion a year. It would mean that on Thursday, he and the Prime Minister could say to President Trump that we were increasing defence spending to 3% of GDP or even 3.4% of GDP as the United States itself does. That would not just secure the future of Ukraine, it would also secure the future of NATO, which is one of the most important challenges facing the government.
Foreign Secretary.
I recognise that the Right Honourable Gentleman brings tremendous experience to these matters, and he's put those views on the record and in the detailed conversations that, of course, go on across government. I'm sure that the Chancellor of the Exchequer will be looking very closely at them.
Debbie Abraham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's clear that the rules-based order established after the Second World War is under extreme threat from oppressors and bullies who think that they can just take what they want. And I'm not just talking about Putin. Why does my right honourable friend think that previous sanctions, and we did have a raft of sanctions brought in 2022, failed to curb Russia? And what more do we need to do to organisations who use different measures to circumvent them?
Secretary.
Well, the Right Honourable Lady refers to the rules-based order. It was an order that was set up not just for its own sake, but because of the tremendous bloodshed and loss of life, including many men and women in our own country who lost their lives across Europe and, of course, in the United States and allies. It served us well, and we have to ensure that we continue to protect it and she rightly refers to the invasion that we've seen with the Russian shadow fleet, and it's part of the discussions that I have to have with certain states who facilitate this. And it's why also she will see, in the announcement I've made, more efforts to target dual-use technology that is finding its way out of countries like China and being used against Ukrainian men and women in that country.
James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We need to recognise that the environment in which we operate has changed fundamentally, and therefore our response must change fundamentally. And I very much echo my right honourable friend's calls to increase defence spending now, because we have to send a message to our friends and foes alike that we take defence seriously. And would I urge him to remember the commitments we made to the Ukrainian people when this full-scale invasion took place. Our support to them was not contingent on the support of others. It was absolute, and we should make good on that commitment, because we said things which encouraged the Ukrainians to put their sons and daughters in harm's way. They have stood up their end of the bargain. We should stand up ours.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the honourable gentleman is right. We have been Ukraine's foremost friend. We will continue to do that. We have a key role to play because of our special relationship with the United States. And we understand here in Europe that, yes, we want this war to end, but we want an enduring peace. And we've got a long memory in relation to the Soviet Union and Tsarist history, and that guides us on how we secure that peace.
Paul Wall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This weekend I joined Rochdale's Ukrainian community, a proud, long-standing Ukrainian community, to mark the 3rd anniversary of Putin's illegal war, and also to remember all those who've lost their lives to Russian aggression. Our own father, Ben Likikovich, is today joining the PM in Downing Street. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that President Zelensky is a democrat, not a dictator, and the Ukrainian people can never again have their fate decided by other countries carving up their land, as has happened far too often in the past?
Foreign Secretary.
I'm very grateful. You know, I've met President Zelensky 6 or 7 times over this last period, and he has always struck me as the most courageous and brave of individuals, leading his people to self-determination. And that is something that I think we recognise right across the United Kingdom, and so we stand with him.
Mike Martin.
Speaker, I was at the Munich Security Conference, and at Munich it became clear to me when talking with our European allies that they no longer fully trust the Article 5 security guarantee. Put simply, they don't trust the Americans. Conversations naturally turned to what collective defence looks like in Europe without the Americans. And last night, Chancellor-elect Merz said that conversations are happening at the highest levels on precisely this. Will the Foreign Secretary comment on whether the UK is included in these conversations and what the content of them is?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, can I just say to the honourable gentleman, NATO has stood the test of time as the greatest modern-day alliance we've ever seen, and is strengthened further with Sweden and Finland joining NATO in this last period. And of course there is a debate in Europe. There is a debate about burden sharing. There is a debate about burden shifting. And there are some who think there's a debate about burden dumping. But it's a great alliance, and we work across that alliance, and successive US presidents, right back to Roosevelt, Obama, and of course President Trump, have rightly said that Europe have to do more, and that is now what we have to do.
Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has been mentioned about spending and GDP,
And I think it's very clear from recent events that we cannot wait to 2030 to get to 2.5% of GDP. In fact, we should be exceeding that. But my question is this to the Foreign Secretary. In the lead up to any negotiations, it's absolutely essential that we ensure that Ukraine is in its strongest possible position, and that includes militarily. Therefore, it's absolutely essential as well that we speed up help and support as quickly as possible. And with that in mind, I understand that the Ukrainian defence industrial base has capacity to increase their weapons and equipment production. Therefore, can we do more to get funding to their defence industrial base to ensure they can produce more equipment and weapons, whereas we're stuck in the problem, we have a problem in terms of our industrial base not being able to gear up that quickly?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend asked an excellent question about Ukraine's industrial base, and just to give an example of this, drone technology is improving at pace around the world, and the country leading that technology is Ukraine. We have much to learn. We've laid the 100-year partnership. That capacity and capability is part of that partnership, which he will be pleased about. But he's absolutely right. We can't wait. We've got to act now. That is what was being discussed when the Defence Secretary was in Ukraine a little while ago. And it's what I was discussing with Ukraine just in a few weeks. So, yes, we will accelerate how both our agencies work together and allocate the funds that are necessary.
Andrew Mitchell.
The whole House, Madam Deputy Speaker, will want to wish the Right Honourable Gentleman and the Prime Minister a strong and successful visit later this week. He will be able to agree with the President about the importance of all European members of NATO stepping up and playing their part in the very significant figure for increasing defence expenditure, which we all now require to see, while of course never forgetting what General Mattis has said about the important part of the mix that development spending plays in national defence. But I hope there will be no compromise in Washington on the facts of the matter, which are that a P5 member of the United Nations invaded its neighbour in an act we thought had gone out with the last century, has bombed and destroyed its infrastructure, and has butchered and murdered its citizens.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman reminds the House of the seriousness and the responsibilities that we have as permanent members of the UN Security Council. And we have that seriousness, and that seriousness is underpinned by the UN Charter, which was of course breached by Russia, and in doing so it has made a serious hole in how the UN Security Council works. Let us get beyond that, but in order to do that, Russia should withdraw and should come to the table really with the central issue of peace and making amends at their heart.
Jeevan Sander.
Madam Deputy Speaker, keeping ourselves safe here means showing Putin we have the resolve and the resources to defeat him. And indeed, we do. In European NATO, our combined GDP around $24.5 trillion. The United States, $27 trillion. Russia has just $2 trillion of GDP. Should we have more resources and convert them to more fighting forces, tanks, guns and drones is key. But we can go further. Central bank assets are held across ourselves and our allies. Over £200 billion in total, £170 billion in Belgium, £26 billion here, reserves that Putin could use in the future to rebuild his armed forces. So can the Minister assure me that he's doing everything he can to convince our allies to seize those assets, to keep us safe and to fund Ukraine?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman asked a good question. If we're serious about the responsibility of burden sharing across Europe and indeed G7 nations at this time, then one of the issues on the table is moving from freezing assets to seizing those assets. It's a live discussion. There are other ways to find the funds. And of course, this was a topic of discussion at Munich. It was a topic of discussion at the G7, but we must now move from discussion to action.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I'll resist the temptation of asking the Foreign Secretary if he shares my feeling of disgust at the spectacle of the leader of the free world showering praise and admiration on the killer Premier. Instead, when he speaks to his counterparts, will he try and impress on them that the reason that George Kennan's containment policy, to which he rightly referred, was so successful in preventing the Cold War from turning into the Third World War, was that contentious territory was not demilitarized and was not left undefended. It worked in the case of Western Germany, and it will have to be the only way that Western Ukraine can equally be secured for the future.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, that ran right through Reagan and beyond, that containment strategy that he refers to. And in a sense, it is the conventional way to understand peace through strength. And we would do well to keep it at the front of our minds in the days and weeks ahead.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that the international community must not allow the sovereign nation of Ukraine to be traded like a chess piece by powerful nations, particularly after their brave defence of freedom and the international rules-based system for themselves and the wider world? And that if we fail on this, we risk another peace in our time moment that would, sooner or later, endanger other countries and even our own.
Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman's right, and he knows that Ukrainians felt let down by the Budapest Memorandum. They felt brutally let down by the Minsk Agreement. They cannot be let down again. But he also knows, and we also know, because of that unbelievable Ukrainian spirit, that actually they would fight on with guerrilla warfare if need be. These are the most admirable of people fighting for their self-determination, and the United Kingdom will continue to stand with them.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Scottish National Party has stood alongside the people of Ukraine in solidarity, not just for the last 3 years, but for the last 10 years, since Putin, of course, invaded Crimea. And whilst I won't invite the Foreign Secretary to agree with me in the Chamber, I'm sure he does inside that President Trump's remarks in relation to Zelensky being a dictator were beyond repulsive. But surely what we all must know is that there is no deal that can be made with Vladimir Putin that he will not break. Does the Foreign Secretary not agree?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman has a point. Russia and Putin have been clear on the terms. And the terms that they want for peace have often included the removal of 14 members of the 32 NATO members. That's unacceptable. We've seen Finland and Sweden join more recently, and their preconditions for talks have been that Ukraine should effectively give up the territory that they are now in. Such demands, it seems to me, show an utter contempt for Ukrainian territorial integrity. They're not serious about discussions until they reconsider the criteria that we heard once again from Lavrov last week.
Tulip Siddiq.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituent and her son moved to this country under the Homes for Ukraine scheme. My constituent has a very stable job here, and her son is doing A-levels at the best maths school in London. My constituent is very worried that her 18-month visa extension will expire in the middle of her son's A-level exams. So could I ask the Foreign Secretary, what conversations is his department having with the Home Office to ensure that young Ukrainians who moved here through no fault of their own do not disrupt their education and can build a life for themselves?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and it puts on record the tremendous support the British people have given to Ukrainian refugees, and it allows me to say that there is still a war, there is still need for those people to seek sanctuary in our country. It's my assessment that Putin is not showing a serious willingness to negotiate, and it may be that negotiations go on for some time. So I'd want to reassure her constituent, but of course we're in close dialogue with my friend, the Home Secretary.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some of us are old enough to remember Hungary in 1956. Some of us are old enough to remember Czechoslovakia in 1968. None of us, Madam Deputy Speaker, want to see Ukraine sacrificed on the same altar of expediency. So when the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister go to Washington, they will know that they carry with them the good wishes of almost all of this House. Ukraine is not for sale, can never be for sale, and this is not a transaction. The United Kingdom will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes.
Foreign Secretary.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for reminding us of history, and he will know that in the 20th century, to the east, it was only the Russia-Japanese War that stopped Russia's imperial ambitions. To the south, it was the Crimean War. And of course, to the west, it was that containment strategy to which I referred, and of course, NATO. This is the history that is our best advisor as we approach the matter of peace.
Mark Sewitz.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I start by commending the people of Ukraine for resisting the murderous dictator Vladimir Putin for as long as they have. They are heroes. Almost every member of this House knows that if we fold in our support of Ukraine now, if we give Russia what it wants now, then Vladimir Putin will only come back for more. Our national security is at stake. Does the Foreign Secretary agree that it is in everyone's interests, Britain's, Europe's, and America's, to ensure that any potential peace deal includes Ukraine at the table?
Foreign Secretary.
Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. That was heard loudly, of course, from President Zelensky, but all Europeans recognised it, and I'm pleased that Secretary of State Rubio, in my conversations with him, and indeed General Kellogg, have both underlined the importance of Ukraine being at that table.
Andrew George.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very warmly welcome the Secretary of State's statement here today, and that although he perhaps can't use the language I'm about to use, I hope that when the Prime Minister and he meet Putin's appeaser in the White House later this week, I hope that he will remind him that if we have a special relationship, he keeps referring to a special relationship, it has to be based on truth, on respect for democracy, on respect for justice and respect for international law.
In the end, the United States is leader of the free world. President Trump has had an election in which I think 77 million people voted for him. He holds both seats, both houses on the Hill. And he's, of course, as you would expect, and indeed as my party were, buoyed up by that democratic mandate. And of course we will have the conversations with him over the coming days on a range of issues. And friends agree and can sometimes disagree. But I think it's definitely the case that we support his desire for bringing this horrendous war to an end. And we will now play our part in Europe to ensure that we raise defence spending, that Europe steps up to the burden sharing that is necessary, because President Trump's analysis also of the huge problems in the Indo-Pacific are correct, and we must recognise that successive US presidents have been clear about their responsibilities in relation to the Indo-Pacific.
Tim Rocker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite the astonishing 10 days that we've had, and I think we should be under no illusions that they have been astonishing, there has been reassurance to be found in the steadfast commitment of the government to Ukraine and the leadership that it has been showing. The Foreign Secretary alluded earlier to Vladimir Putin's penchant for lying. He lied about the invasion, he lied about Ukraine's territorial integrity, he lied about the rules of war, and he has, of course, abducted thousands of Ukrainian children. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that not only should Ukraine be at the centre of the negotiations, but that we should be clear-eyed about the character of the man that we are dealing with?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for mentioning those children that have been abducted. On the last two occasions that I have been in Ukraine, I have met with those children. Children that were viciously taken from their homes, and there was an attempt effectively to brainwash them from their histories. And we are supporting organisations that seek to get those children back and reunite them with their families. And I have also launched a Children in Care initiative, and I was very pleased to be with Madam Zelensky when I was last in Ukraine, supporting again vulnerable children with their foster families.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
Deputy Speaker, does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that the 2.5% of GDP ship has now sailed, and that we and our allies have to find the resources to spend 3% within a recognisable time frame? And when he's in Washington this week, will he discuss with his interlocutors how the billions of pounds he proposes to give Mauritius for taking on the Chagos Islands could be better served by being devoted to building and re-equipping our armed forces?
Foreign Secretary.
10 years ago, there were just 4 countries meeting the 2% commitment. Today, that has risen to 23. And of course, right across the alliance, countries are understanding that they have to do more. We will set out how we will do more very, very shortly. And as the matter today is Ukraine, you'll forgive me, I won't discuss issues to do with Bayat. I'm sure you'll have an occasion, oral questions tomorrow.
Calvin Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just over 3 years ago, I flew the penultimate UK mission into Kyiv to deliver material essential to the defence of Ukraine ahead of the illegal full-scale Russian invasion. Since then, Ukraine has been defending European security, the UN Charter and liberal democracy against Putin's assault on these shared interests and, in the words of the Declaration of Independence, the inalienable rights of life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that in order to free Ukraine from Putin's tyranny and imperialist ambition, and to ensure the words of the Declaration of Independence are realised for all, that UK leadership in the coordination of European and transatlantic allies is essential?
Foreign Secretary.
Yes, yes, yes. I say to my honourable friend, and I think all of us pay tribute to our armed forces, to his work in our armed forces, and it's because of that work over so many years, that sacrifice, that I think the spirit of this country guides us to stand solidly with Ukraine on a cross-party basis. He's right to pray and aid, those words that underpin our values and indeed global values as underpinned in the UN Charter. That is what we are fighting for, and we will not give up.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Does the Secretary of State regret recanting the original views that he expressed in assessing Trump? And can I urge him that when the time is right, and it certainly isn't any time now, he will consider following the example of Archbishop Cranmer by plunging the offending hand first into the flame?
Foreign Secretary.
This is a serious
This is a serious debate and a serious discussion, and you know, I've said in a sense that's old news. There's so much news before us, and there's so much history to be forged. It requires diplomacy, it requires friendship, and it requires us understanding who the real threats are. And those real threats are those autocracies in the world that could do tremendous damage over the coming years, and I've always recognised that.
Frank McNally.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As has been replicated across the country, people in Coatbridge and Bellsill have opened their doors to those forced from their homes due to Putin's illegal attack, and public authorities have stepped up also. North Lanarkshire Council has provided homes and supported integration for more than 200 Ukrainian families at the High Coats Tower in my constituency, which has been recognised nationally for helping to deliver stability and belonging. As we continue to push for a just peace, and following my honourable friend from Hampstead and Highgate, will my right honourable friend commit to working with the Home Secretary, devolved governments and other key stakeholders to ensure safe harbour for those families so cruelly and viciously targeted by Putin's barbarism?
Foreign Secretary.
I can assure the right honourable gentleman that that will be the case. I continue to work closely with the Home Secretary. There has been a tremendous outreach of support across this country, and I recognise that and have seen it at work also in Scotland.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first of all, can I welcome the robust statement we've had from the Secretary of State today, and the way in which he has stood by Ukraine and committed the UK to standing by Ukraine. And I hope that he conveys the same message to President Trump, that by giving in to Putin, we don't just jeopardise peace in Ukraine, but across the whole of Europe. But what practical steps can he take, apart from the assurance he's given in the House today, to first of all ensure that Ukraine's interests are reflected in any negotiations? And secondly, given the stretched state of our own armed forces, what long-term security commitments can we give to Ukraine?
Secretary.
Oh look, we have committed to $3 billion in support to Ukraine for as long as it lasts. They've asked for more munitions, we've supported them. They've asked for particular missile capability, we've supported them. And we will continue to do that because this war is being waged on the front line. It's a war of attrition. And we need, notwithstanding any discussions or talks about talks, we need to be there with them. And I can just guarantee to the honourable gentleman that we will continue to do that.
Melanie Ward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was present at the Munich Security Conference, where it felt like the world changed around us and the consequences could not be more serious. I welcome our government's announcement today of fresh sanctions on Russia, and given the absence of some on the benches opposite, I'm sure the whole House will be able to agree that it is President Putin and not President Zelensky who is the dictator. Does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that we are indeed in a once-in-a-generation moment, and that the future of our own security here in the UK is bound up in Ukraine's security, and in the need to do what it takes to face down the aggression of Putin's Russia?
Foreign Secretary.
I'm very grateful to the honourable lady, and she's absolutely right. Because of the history of Russia and the former Soviet Union, we understand deeply that our own futures are bound up in Putin's ambitions. We also understand, by the way, that there are many valiant people resisting Putin in Russia. I met with Mrs. Navalny at the Munich Security Conference, and so our fight is not with the Russian people, it's to support the Russian people. Our fight is with Vladimir Putin.
Saki Bhatti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When Putin invaded 3 years ago, he thought it would be a matter of weeks. 3 years on, Ukraine is still standing. Yes. And I'm proud of how we as a House, as a nation, and many of my constituents stood up for Ukraine. And I commend them for that. My right honourable friend, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, asked a question around the sanctions, and I didn't hear an answer from the Foreign Secretary on this, so perhaps he'll be able to shed some light on this. When the Prime Minister meets with President Trump, will he be raising the issue of the new sanctions, which I welcome, and will we be urging the US to follow suit?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, we continue to discuss sanctions with all of our partners, and it was a topic that I discussed with G7 partners, and that included Secretary of State Rubio. We've imposed sanctions on over 2,100 individuals and entities. It's the most wide-ranging sanctions imposed on any major economy. And we believe that maximum pressure is required now at this time, and there have been indications from the United States that they would be willing to impose further sanctions on Russia. So, of course, that remains an issue under discussion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the important statement from the Foreign Secretary today, and indeed the comments from the Shadow Foreign Secretary, for this entire House should be united in our support for Ukraine. And as others have said, it is rather a shame that there is one party that has not shown up to this important statement. Ukrainians who have come to the UK since the war have made such an important contribution to our country. I met with Ola over the weekend, a Ukrainian Teessider, and she shared with me that many Ukrainians are facing great uncertainty. One of the reasons for that is because they are unable to access work and study because of the lack of Ukrainian GCSE. I wonder if the Foreign Secretary can discuss with DFE this issue to ensure that Ukrainians are able to access study and work. And if you will recognise at the dispatch box today the importance of that contribution that Ukrainians have made to our country.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman. Of course, Ukrainians have been making a contribution across Europe and in our country for long before this war began. There has been a history between us and Ukrainians. He makes a very good point in relation to the Ukrainian language, but I might say I've met many Ukrainians and I admire the way that they've so quickly learnt the English language. But I will take forward the recommendation he makes to the Education Secretary.
Ben Lake.
Can I join others in commending the Ukrainian people for their bravery in the face of Russian aggression and indeed the government's steadfast support for the nation's sovereignty. The Foreign Secretary made reference in his statement to the need for European nations to contribute more to future security guarantees for the Ukrainian people. And can I ask him if he envisions that more bilateral and multilateral agreements between European allies might play a part in that endeavour, much in the vein of the Lancaster House treaties or indeed more latterly the Trinity House agreement?
Well, he's right. As the UK, we have sought to forge strong relationships with key partners across Europe. We look forward, once the new government is formed in Germany, to signing a new treaty with our German friends, to updating Lancaster House. So he's right that bilaterally this is very important. I believe that NATO is the central underpinning of European security, but we do need to work together across Europe to increase our industrial defence capability, and we do need to find more funds to increase our defence spending right across the European family, and that is something that I think you'll hear more about in the coming weeks and months.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary was absolutely right to say that if Russia is serious about a lasting peace, that it must respect Ukraine's sovereignty. But given that they have shown absolutely no signs of doing so, will he reiterate that we will stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine no matter what, and further reiterate, even for the members who have not chosen to be with us here today, that this country does not appease fascists, it opposes them?
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right, and that is why, since February 2022, the United Kingdom's total military, economic and humanitarian support for Ukraine amounts to 12.8 billion. That is our commitment to Ukraine so far, and that commitment will continue.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am very proud that in my constituency of Eastern Walton, over 600 Ukrainians have been hosted through the Homes for Ukraine programme. And 3 years on, my constituents stand with the Ukraine. They know that Ukraine has protected Europe's front line for 3 years. They know that if Ukraine's fight is one that affects us all, and if Ukraine loses, Europe loses, and they know that Ukrainians are fighting for the values of our forebears, the British values of democracy and freedom. And so will the Foreign Secretary commit to stand by Ukraine, steadfast, even when others do not, and will he ensure that he points out in his meetings in Washington tomorrow the folly and the danger of the US administration's new approach to Russia?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and let me just say that the UK, of course, supports the US-led efforts to get a lasting peace in Ukraine that deters Russia from future aggression and ensures that Ukraine is at the table as we negotiate that peace. That is the issue that we will be discussing with President Trump, just as President Macron is discussing that issue today. I'm quite sure that our assessment that Putin isn't ready, really, to negotiate on proper terms stand, but I admire the efforts to bring that about, and of course the US plays a central role in achieving that.
Kevin Bonavere.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, we pay tribute to the people of Ukraine fighting not only for their own freedom, but for the freedom of all Europe. The Foreign Secretary said we must learn from history. Over 80 years ago, in Munich, this country and others talked away the future of Czechoslovakia without it being there and stripped it of its vital resources. And we all know the tragic consequences. Today, there can be no peace without Ukraine, and there can be no enduring peace without the security that this country and other NATO allies can give to it.
The Honourable Gentleman puts his remarks very well, and I agree with him.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I can barely believe I've got to say this to the Foreign Secretary, but he'll be unaware that in past moments the United States has just voted against the UN resolution condemning Russian aggression in Ukraine.
What?
I understand fully the position that the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister are in the approach they've got to take in Washington this week. But we do know that President Trump listens to people who last spoke to him. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary that he outlines two very important points. The first point is that European military assets, not NATO assets, European military assets are often used to support American operations in the Indo-Pacific, something that the American military really appreciate, how we put our shoulder to the wheel. So this isn't just the Americans only ever supporting Europe, we also help the Americans. And last week, I and several honourable members and noble members were at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly in Brussels, where it was made clear that at the Hague Summit, they are going to present what's actually needed for European defence rather than just targets of GDP. So may I also say to the Foreign Secretary to advise the Prime Minister that it will be important that he takes a position with the President of the United States to say if those demands do add up to more than 2.53% of GDP, that our country will set itself on a path within the time targets to achieve those.
Yeah. Can I just remind members that if we're going to get everybody in, shorter questions would be very helpful, and shortish answers, please. Foreign Secretary.
Well, he mentions the Indo-Pacific, and it's important that we remember AUKUS in relation to that and our critical partnership with Australia and the United States. And quite rightly, he mentions defence spending. Much has been said in this chamber, and much, I'm sure, will be said when we go to the United States.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Foreign Secretary for a very strong statement. He said that Ukraine's security is our security. Does he also agree with me that this is a fight for democracy, one where we need to tackle misinformation both at home and abroad, and where we need to maintain our steadfast commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman mentioning that, because there is a hybrid warfare taking place as we speak. Countries like Moldova at the forefront of it, with sabotage and attacks constantly on their infrastructure, on their internet services, a hybrid warfare, and of course it's taking place against our own country. So he's absolutely right. This is not just a hard war and a hot war, it's a hybrid war, and we have to be vigilant.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Foreign Secretary's
statement. It is indeed important that we have cross-party support across this House, standing in solidarity with Ukraine and being clear that Ukraine must be front and centre of the peace talks which must take place. But it's deeply disturbing to see some of the comments that we've seen from President Trump, including the absurd claim that Zelensky is a dictator, the ridiculous suggestion that Ukraine started the war. So therefore, when the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister go to Washington later this week, will they make clear to President Trump that Ukraine must be at the centre of these peace talks and that the Ukrainian people have an absolute right to self-determination?
Yes, there must be no negotiation about Ukraine without Ukraine. As I've said, we've seen very little sign that Putin is abandoning his goal of subjugating Ukraine. Russia's continued to escalate this war, including through deploying, of course, DPRK troops and barbaric attacks daily on Ukrainians, innocent civilians and their infrastructure and energy supplies.
Josh Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Saturday, I joined Ukrainian families and residents in Bishop Stortford to remember those who have lost their lives and suffered throughout this conflict ahead of the 3rd anniversary. A reminder that in Hertford and Stortford, as across the country, we stand firmly with the Ukrainian people. So as we mark that 3rd anniversary, will the Foreign Secretary reiterate to the Ukrainian families who have found safety in my constituency, and indeed all Ukrainian people, that this government will continue to advocate for Ukraine's sovereignty and for it to be given a seat at the table right at the heart of any future negotiation?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman's constituency is a constituency I know well, and I'm very pleased to give his constituents that affirmation.
Alistair.
Deputy Speaker, no member of this House should be in any doubt as to who the aggressor is in this situation, as to who the dictator is, and as to who started this war. And no one should give cover to that dictator who started this war. The Prime Minister has said that he anticipates, if there's a peace, a post-peace situation, where there will be British troops on the ground in Ukraine, with what he termed a US backstop. Does the Foreign Secretary agree that the prospect of a US backstop would be greatly enhanced if the European nations began to more thoroughly shoulder the burden financially that has been shirked in recent years?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I think that there was complacency in that post-Cold War period across the European families. And at this dispatch box, we've lamented that the United Kingdom has fallen to 2.3% of GDP. So he's right. This is the time to step up. This is the time to demonstrate peace through strength. And look, if you're in the Baltic nations, you're very, very clear about your responsibility at this time.
Jonathan Hinder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And like the Foreign Secretary, I am incredibly proud of the role that the UK has played in supporting Ukraine. I'm especially proud of the role my constituents in Pendle and Clitheroe have played in welcoming Ukrainians into their homes and into our community. But if we are to stop Putin, Britain must get real on defence. Does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that we must now urgently rearm well beyond the existing 2.5% target, and so that with our European allies we can protect our precious democracies?
Well, as I said, we'll set out defence spending, further defence spending shortly.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Those NATO countries bordering Russia are understandably stepping up their defences without waiting for others to take action. So can the Foreign Secretary update the House on what discussions he has had with those countries?
Well, I met with the Polish Foreign Minister at the Munich Security Conference and Baltic colleagues to discuss these very same issues. And she's absolutely right. Those countries have been aware of the threat for some time. And it allows me to say that when we talk about security guarantees in relation to Ukraine, of course, it's also important to recognise NATO's eastern flank. And many of those countries would have to know that they are supported on efforts to give US security guarantees. And that's why the US backstop is so important.
Colin Eastwood.
Last week, along with other members of this House, I met with Ukrainian parliamentarians at the OSCE in Vienna. The opposition MPs from Ukraine made it very clear from their perspective that they do not support Donald Trump's call for an election in Ukraine while they're defending against Russian aggression. Will the Foreign Secretary, in his conversations with the US administration this week, make it very clear there's only one dictator in this conflict, and his name is Vladimir Putin?
Yes, of course.
Chris Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the third anniversary of Putin's brutal and full-scale invasion of Ukraine, I welcome the United Nations just passed a resolution condemning Russian aggression in Ukraine. However, in the last 15 minutes, and it will shock this House, it was opposed by Russia and the United States. And it's quoted in the press, this is an appeasement by Trump. It's a direct stab in the back. Will the Foreign Secretary condemn what's happened just now in the United Nations with the United States joining Russia in not standing up for the resolution condemning Russian aggression in Ukraine?
Well, we're proud to have co-sponsored the General Assembly resolution proposed by Ukraine in support of a just and lasting peace in Ukraine in line with the UN Charter. The UN proposed it, voted for it, and we will stand forever with Ukraine.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, Ukrainians in Welling Hatfield came together in sombre recognition of the third anniversary of the Russian invasion. I want to pay tribute to them for their bravery, resilience, and how they are going about rebuilding their lives as valued members of our community. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also said to them that in this House I would speak the truth and stand up for those people as best I could. And would the Foreign Secretary agree with me that we need to say loud and clear from this dispatch box that there was one person who was an aggressor, there was one person who is responsible for the death and destruction, and there is emphatically one person who started this war, and his name is Vladimir Putin.
Absolutely.
The honourable gentleman's absolutely right. And you know, when I was in Kyiv, very close to President Zelensky's office, there is an apartment block that was blown up in a few weeks ago, and a couple lying in their bed asleep were killed. That is the awfulness of this war. And of course, he will also recall that when the Prime Minister visited, Putin also sought to fire missiles into Ukraine. It's a brutality that is grim and unbelievable, and of course we must continue to stand up to it.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in an early response to the Right Honourable Member for Aberdeen South, the Foreign Secretary said that Russia does not respect the territorial integrity of Ukraine. But I want to bring him to his comments in his statement from the Ukraine Defence Contact Group. Given the news that we've just heard in relation to the UN resolution, when the US Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth says that the US wants to see a sovereign, prosperous Ukraine, how confident is the Foreign Secretary that the US is also going to respect the territorial integrity of Ukraine?
I'm very pleased that the US is attempting to bring this horrendous war to an end. That does require conversations with Russia. I think they're hard conversations, and I'm not sure the Russians are ready to properly negotiate, but I admire the attempt to try. And it's important that Ukraine is at the table. It's important that Europe steps up with the burden sharing and increases its defence. And those are the issues that we'll be discussing with President Trump in the coming days.
Paul Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Online propaganda from the Kremlin has become a disturbing reality. Social media, especially on platforms like Facebook and X, have been flooded with the claim that Ukraine is solely responsible for the war. It's extraordinary. May I ask the Secretary of State what measures are being taken to combat the propaganda being spread by governments that blame the Ukrainian people for the conflict?
Well, these are important issues, and I know that they're issues that preoccupy my honourable friends in the Department for Culture, Media and Support and my honourable friend in the Department for DCIT, and they are looking further at these issues and what more we can do.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister has said this morning that Russia doesn't hold all the cards, and I welcome the Foreign Secretary's announcement of the further sanctions that are being brought in. But can I ask him to assure this House that he will work on all international and national levels to ensure that President Putin doesn't get a new hand that actually allows him at an international level to proceed with bluff and bluster and bullying that actually brings the Ukrainian people to their knees, which we haven't seen to date, and that this House and this government will stand resolutely with the people of Ukraine.
Well, the honourable gentleman's right. It's why I met with G7 foreign ministers and we were able to issue a joint statement on Ukraine 10 days ago. It's why I discussed this issue at the G20 in South Africa last week, and I'm proud of the work of our diplomats in the UN General Assembly today, where we have seen many countries come together in support of Ukraine and that resolution that had to be passed.
Helen Maguire.
Madam Deputy Speaker, today of all days we must remember that over 1 million have been killed or wounded in Ukraine since the illegal invasion. Now, I just came from talking to a group of Ukrainian individuals who support Ukrainian veterans. They welcome the medical expertise that the UK has provided the Ukrainian military hospitals. However, there are also thousands of civilian casualties, and they're asking if the UK can also provide medical expertise in the civilian hospitals. Will the Minister look into whether the UK can provide this support as well?
Well, I'm very pleased of the decisions that have been made by myself and the Defence Secretary to support Ukrainian armed forces at this time with medical support. I am happy to look at the issues facing civilians. These are issues that, of course, we discuss in a pan-European context, but she's right to raise these very same issues.
Seamus Logan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is surely right that it cannot be left to those who have obviously no real care or concern for Europe's well-being to have the sole voice in negotiating the future of Ukraine and, by extension, the future of Europe. So will the Foreign Secretary, in his discussions with President Trump, convey that Ukraine must be present at the table when these negotiations are taking place? And will he also convey the disgust of this House that the USA voted along with North Korea and Russia against Ukrainians' resolution at the UN today?
Well, we've been really clear. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Ukraine must have a seat at the table. It is their destiny that is in the mix in any discussions taking place.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I very much welcome the Secretary of State's strong words, commitment and strength and fortitude that he has shown today. Whilst I will always welcome the end to war, what I am unable to forget is the mass murder of the Ukrainian civilians and prisoners of war by the Russian armed forces during the fight for an occupation of the city of Bucha, three days after the invasion started. Just to remind the House, girls as young as 8 and women as old as 80 were raped. 3 Baptist pastors of churches were murdered. 9 children were murdered under the age of 18. They were all put into a basement, Madam Deputy Speaker, and then they were poured in petrol and they were burnt alive. So what I want, and what the people that I represent want to see, is to ensure that any deal includes accountability for those who committed these dreadful, dreadful war crimes and so many others that are still unknown.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for reminding us of the massacre at Bucha. It was a privilege that I had to visit Bucha and to spend time with the community there, to spend time with families and victims, loved ones. It was an horrendous act It was a criminal, barbaric, inhumane act. And he's right that we have also in this country led on the issue of justice and accountability, and we will not let that go.
Bless you. Can I thank the Foreign Secretary for the statement this afternoon. Members who wish to leave the chamber can do so quickly and quietly. Brings us to the second statement this afternoon. Breakfast Club early adopters. Secretary of State for Education, Bridget Phillipson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I will now make a statement to update the House on this government's work to deliver free breakfast clubs and give every child the best start in life. This is a government that acts on its principles, that delivers on its promises, that drives the change this country needs. Change that is felt in our villages, towns and cities. Change that will help families with the cost of living. Change that lifts the life chances of children across our country. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's where change begins. That's where the biggest difference can be made during those early years of life and on into primary school, where the possibilities still stretch out. Our action is urgent. Far too many children growing up in this country are held back by their background, denied the opportunity to go on to happy and healthy lives, the bad luck of a tough start weighing down their life chances. I won't stand by while these children are let down, because I believe that background shouldn't mean destiny. Every single child deserves the very best start in life. To achieve and thrive at school is the right of all children. Our manifesto outlined the action a Labour government would take. And now, not yet 8 months on from that election, we are delivering. Change in early years, change in primary schools, change in our country. So I'm delighted to update the House today that I've confirmed over 750 schools as early adopters of our free breakfast club schemes. A promise made, a promise kept. I will always act to protect the livelihoods of working families, for children and their parents. It is for them that we are working tirelessly to deliver change, and it is for them that we will introduce free breakfast clubs in every primary school in this country. That's what we said we'd do in our manifesto, and that's exactly what we're doing now. Madam Deputy Speaker, evidence shows why this matters so much. When schools introduce breakfast clubs, behaviour improves, attendance increases, attainment grows. It's no surprise, giving children the gift of a calm, welcoming start to the day, filled with friends, fun and food. It's the foundation for success that every child needs. And it's about parents as well as children. Our new breakfast clubs will save families up to £450 a year, putting money directly back into parents' pockets. That's why we're moving ahead with such energy and urgency for children and for parents. We're working to cement the clubs in legislation through the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. Thousands of schools applied to take part, an indication of overwhelming demand and a spur to act. And so from this April, free breakfast clubs will begin to reach more than 180,000 children. 70,000 pupils from schools in the most deprived parts of the country will be able to take part. Our early adopter schools are drawn from all kinds of places: cities and villages, north and south, east and west, affluent areas and more disadvantaged communities, big schools, smaller schools, mainstream schools and special schools for children with SEND, schools which have had a club before and those which haven't, schools in which parents have had in the past to pay for breakfast clubs, and schools in which places are currently limited. And that variety is key. It gives us a representative sample, so we can see what works, when, where, why and how, guided by the best evidence. That's how we'll maximise the impact of the full rollout, bringing the benefits to children across the entire country. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're taking a new approach. The challenges we face demand it. Breakfast clubs are one part, but we're going further, delivering more change for children. We are a mission-led government, bringing meaningful change that is felt in our towns, in our cities and in our communities. And I'm proud to be leading our mission across government to break down the barriers to opportunity. In December, the Prime Minister unveiled our plan for change. And within that plan lies a vital milestone, a record proportion of children starting school ready to learn, because that's crucial for closing the opportunity gap, and it gets right to the heart of what it means to have the very best start in life. All children arriving at school, ready to achieve, ready to thrive. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that delivering the best start in life is about families, parents and children. Breakfast clubs are one piece of the puzzle, but our action starts earlier on in life, with great early education and childcare too. It's something I've spent many years in this House fighting for, but which our childcare system has denied families. Areas underserved with childcare places, yet overwhelmed with demand. Additional hours offered nationally, but unavailable to families locally. The opposition's failure to keep their promises is the reason their party suffered such an emphatic defeat at the last election. Because a promise made but not acted on is not a promise at all. A pledge without a plan to deliver is meaningless. That's why this government is committed to delivering the entitlements parents were promised before the last election. And because of the hard work of this government in making that pledge a reality, families can now access 15 hours of government-funded childcare a week from when their child is 9 months old. From September, that will increase to 30 hours a week, matching the offer for 3- and 4-year-olds. This government has matched the pledge with a plan, a promise now backed by funding. In the next financial year alone, we'll invest over £8 billion in early years entitlements, up by more than £2 billion. And on top of that, a new £75 million expansion grant to support the sector to provide the extra places and staff that are needed. We'll use those 30 hours a week to combine childcare with great early education, to give children the very best start in life. And I want to double down on support for those children who need it the most, in the areas that need it the most. That's why I've introduced the biggest ever uplift to the early years pupil premium. Childcare delivers for parents too. Just like breakfast clubs, the entitlements give parents power and choice and freedom over their lives, to go back to work if that's what they're able to do. It's work choices for parents, life chances for children. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are the steps that we are taking, the promises that we are keeping to support families, and I'm determined to see this change through. But Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not a shot in the dark. The value of giving children the best start in life, the power of spreading breakfast clubs across the country, it's as clear as day. It's there for all to see if you know where to look. On the northern edge of St Helens sits Carmill Primary School. Children at Carmill can come in before the school day starts and eat breakfast with their friends in the school bistro. And when they reach year 5, they're invited to become bistro leaders. These young leaders help their peers get a good breakfast, but they also learn about responsibility, about caring for their classmates, about what it means to be part of a community. Parents see the change in their children, more confident, eager to go to school in the morning. The younger ones look up to the bistro leaders. It's not just the breakfast, it's the club too. It's helping children to settle, showing them that they belong in school, getting them ready to learn, shaping not just the students of today, but the citizens of tomorrow, setting children up for success in school and in life. Because that wider goal we are chasing, to give every child the best start in life, that means giving them the best start to their school day, each and every day, week after week, year after year. That's how we are breaking the link between background and success. That is how we are delivering the change that parents voted for. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that's how we are driving the change that the children of this country deserve. And I commend this statement to the House.
Hello, Minister Neil O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of the statement. The last government substantially expanded access to breakfast clubs in primary schools and in secondary schools and created the Holiday Activities and Food Programme. The National School Breakfast Programme has been running since 2018. 85% of schools now have a breakfast club, and 1 in 8 of all schools has a taxpayer-funded breakfast club. And in March 2023, the previous government announced £289 million for the National Wraparound Childcare Funding Programme, some of which is being used to fund breakfast clubs. And that was part of a much wider expansion of free childcare, which saw spending on the free childcare entitlement more than double in real terms between 2010 and 2024. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was struck by the comments of Mark Russell from the Children's Society during the evidence sessions for the Schools Bill, who said that given the resource constraints, they would have focused on using taxpayers' money to roll out free breakfast to a greater number of deprived secondary schools rather than a universal offer in primary. He said, "I would like to see secondary school children helped, and if the pot is limited, I would probably step back from universality and provide for those most in need." And with that in mind, I do want to draw attention to the uncertainty that is being created by the government's refusal to commit to fund the existing free breakfast provision in secondary schools beyond next year, and likewise the holiday activities and food programme. A number of charities have called for ministers to guarantee that funding beyond next year, so I join them in asking the Minister, should she give us that guarantee? Getting rid of them would obviously mean a cut in provision at secondary schools for deprived children, so can the Secretary of State make that guarantee to continue them? Now, according to a report by the Institute for Fiscal Studies last year, and I quote, "Based on the experience of the National School Breakfast Programme, the estimated annual cost today would be around £55 per pupil participating for food-only provision, and double that, around £110 for a traditional before-school breakfast club. Labour's manifesto offers £315 million overall in 2028. This could be enough to fund all primary school pupils under a food-only model, or 60% of pupils if the party plumps for a traditional breakfast club with some childcare element." And I wonder if the Secretary of State could respond directly to that point by the IFS. Does the government plan food-only provision, or how else is she planning to close that funding gap? Paul Bertram, a head teacher in Buxworth Primary School in Derbyshire, told Schools Week that he had to pull out of the pilot scheme as it left him with a £9,000 funding shortfall. And the charity Magic Breakfast have said, and I quote, "If it's expected that 100% of people can access a traditional breakfast club setting with the appropriate staffing, then the government is many, many millions away from the budget that we expect that would require." So on this pilot, will the Secretary of State say how many schools applied to be part of this pilot but subsequently pulled out? I know a number of journalists are asking that. How many of the schools chosen to take part in this pilot already have a breakfast club, and how many already have a free breakfast club? Looking at the first 100 on the list, 71 have a breakfast club and 13 have a free breakfast clubs. But what are the numbers overall? And where pupils need to have a one-to-one TA, how will funding for that work? Now, ministers say this policy will save parents £450 a year. Secretary of State said it again today, though they used to use a figure of 400. Now, to give £450 to all 4.5 million pupils in primary schools would cost over £2 billion a year. In contrast, the pilot that we're talking about today will cost £33 million, and Labour's manifesto said the programme will spend £315 million by 2028. That would be a spend of £70 per primary school child, not £450. So can the Secretary of State explain the discrepancy between the planned spend and the much larger benefits that ministers are claiming? Parents who are on lower wages are the ones bearing the brunt of the £25 billion increase in national insurance, which the OBR and IFS have pointed out will directly hit wages, something which even the Chancellor has now acknowledged. And the biggest losers from that tax increase are those earning less than £15,000 a year. So if you're among those affected by the £25 billion tax increase, you may not feel better off from the £315 million of planned spending. So it's vital that we're clear about what ministers are really claiming and on what basis. Now, I mentioned that 85% of schools already have a breakfast club. The new requirement to offer free school breakfast in all primary schools will interact with that existing provision in different ways. Many school breakfast clubs currently run for an hour on a paid-for basis, and I hope that most will continue to provide at least the period they're doing now. But if the breakfast club is provided for, say, an hour or more, then the school will have to charge the first 30 minutes of the hour, but not the final 30 minutes. So this is likely to give rise to considerable complexity. Will ministers agree to report on the length of time that clubs are running for in these schools, and any reduction in that this change may inadvertently bring about? Madam Deputy Speaker, taxpayer-funded breakfasts for those who really need it are helpful, but there are a number of questions about ministers' plans and also about their claims about this scheme. So I look forward to the Secretary of State's answers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Minister asked a number of questions, but not at one point did he welcome the massive investment and the benefits this will bring for children across our country, including in his own constituency. Not a word of support. I hope when that breakfast club in his constituency opens, he might take the time to visit that school and see the massive benefits being delivered to children and families there. And Madam Deputy Speaker, before I respond to the number of detailed questions that the honourable gentleman asks, I do note once again how disappointing it was that the Conservatives voted to block the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill. And let us remind ourselves what that would have meant. It would have completely stopped the rollout of free breakfast clubs that we're announcing today that will be rolled out across England, subject to the progress of the bill. It would have stopped us limiting the number of branded uniform items that schools could demand, again saving families hundreds of pounds of money at a time when we know that families are under real pressure. And most shamefully of all, he knows full well it would have stopped dead some of the most far-reaching child protection measures in a generation, just so the party opposite could grab a cheap headline. He talks about the National School Breakfast Programme and the investment there. What I would say to him is that that programme is an online platform from which schools can order food. It only covers 25%. It only covers 75% of food only. It does not cover wider costs, and schools are required to contribute the remaining 25%. So there is a significant difference in terms of what we are setting out. 1 in 7 of the schools that we are announcing today as part of this pilot had no before-school provision. The rest remaining are a mix of paid-for provision, or in many cases, school breakfast clubs where caps are in place and the numbers are limited. These breakfast clubs that we are introducing will be free and available to every child and every parent who seeks to take them up. And that is why the savings estimate that parents will save £450 a year. Where it comes to the evidence around the rollout, he's someone who says, he said on many occasions that he is interested in evidence-based policy making. The evidence is very clear that the impact is greatest at primary school level, and you would think that he would recognise it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the purpose behind the early adopters is not simply to demonstrate to parents the difference that a Labour government is bringing and a real difference to children's lives, but it also allows us to test really effectively what works ahead of a full national rollout. That's why we want to work with school leaders as part of this programme to ensure that all children are able to benefit from universal free breakfast clubs across our country, including children with SEND. Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite have no plan for education, except preserving the tax breaks for students in private schools, whereas we have a plan to give every child the best start in life. If they're going to spend the next 5 years defending their record, we will get on and deliver the change that this country voted for. We made a promise to the people of this country, and today we are delivering on the promise that we made.
Chair of the Select Committee, Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for her statement today, and I welcome the news that St Luke's Primary School in my constituency will be one of the early adopters of a Universal Breakfast Club under this programme. All too often, children with special educational needs and disabilities are excluded from extracurricular activities, and it is the parents of children with SEND who often find it the hardest to access childcare. So it is essential that children with SEND have equal access to breakfast clubs, both in mainstream and specialist schools. So can I ask the Secretary of State what steps are being taken to ensure that this is the case, and that schools have the capacity to provide specialist staff where needed, and that any additional home-to-school transport costs, which are essential often for enabling children with SEND physically to access a breakfast club, will be met?
I'm grateful to the Chair of the Select Committee for her question. 754 schools have been selected to take part in the Early Adopter Scheme, of which 704 are mainstream schools, but 50 are special schools and alternative provision settings. That is important because we want to make sure that all children in time are able to benefit from the rollout of breakfast clubs. We'll be working closely with schools and with sector experts to develop the programme as we intend to roll it out. And I really want to learn through the early adopter schools how we can best create a truly universal and inclusive breakfast school provision. And I do recognise that delivering breakfast clubs may be particularly challenging for special and alternative provision schools. That's why we did invite them to take part in the early adopter scheme, so that we can make sure that as we roll out across the country, including in mainstream schools, the needs of all children are properly catered for as part of the programme.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. With 3 in 10 children growing up in poverty, any measure to tackle child hunger is to be welcome to enable children to learn and flourish. So I congratulate the 750 schools that have been selected as Breakfast Club early adopters. The learnings from these pilots will be absolutely critical as the government seeks to scale up the programme. So a number of questions that I previously put to ministers still stand, and I hope the Secretary of State will address some of these. Many school leaders have raised concerns about the proposed funding rates, reportedly around 60p per child per day. If the pilots clearly show this is insufficient, will ministers commit to reviewing and increasing this? Schools simply cannot afford to make savings elsewhere, for instance from teaching budgets. Will ministers review school food standards to ensure breakfasts are specifically addressed as the House of Lords' recent report on childhood obesity recommended? And what consideration has been given to how the 30 minutes universal free childcare provision will interact with existing breakfast club provision? Most commuting parents need more than 30 minutes childcare in the morning. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Child Poverty Action Group has highlighted that breakfast clubs will probably only secure around 40% take-up. The most vulnerable children, especially those in temporary accommodation travelling long distances, may not make it in time to school for breakfast. The Children's Society has argued, as have Liberal Democrats, that where money is scarce, we should target resources most at those who most need it. So why won't the government prioritise expanding eligibility to free school meals, a hot, healthy meal in the middle of the day when children are guaranteed to be in school, so that all child in poverty, whether primary or secondary, are being fed? And is it not high time that ministers introduced automatic enrolment for all children into free school meals? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the Secretary of State's childcare announcements, can she confirm just how much of that money will be going into plugging the employer's national insurance rise, which will put significant pressure on providers and push up costs for parents? Thank you.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for the questions that she raises. Turning first to the question of funding, I think sadly there's been some misunderstanding around the funding rates, so just to set those out for the benefit of the House. In the summer term, funding will be paid in two parts: an upfront payment, a £500 one-off payment to cover initial set-up costs. Alongside that, a lump sum payment to cover fixed staffing costs for the summer term of £1,099. That is in addition to the per-pupil funding rates, which exist both in mainstream and in specialist provision. And of course, rates will be higher in special schools to recognise the additional needs and staffing requirements that exist there. And schools will receive support around how they manage the requirements of the scheme and will be provided with opportunities to learn from one another. Where it comes to food standards, of course, we always seek to keep all of those areas under review. What I would say to her in addition is that we want to make sure that all of the food served in our schools is healthy and nutritious, so that children are well fed and ready to learn. And the school food statutory guidance, which regulates the food and drink provided at school, already applies to breakfast, and we want to make sure that healthy meals are offered as part of breakfast clubs, but we will continue to keep these areas under review. She is right to ask the question around existing wraparound. Of course, we expect those two offers to be complementary, and schools will be able to offer a paid-for offer alongside the 30 minutes of childcare and food through the universal offer as well. I note the concerns that she raises around child poverty. I agree very strongly with her about the need for further action to tackle the shocking rates of child poverty we see in our country. That's why, together with the Work and Pensions Secretary, we are leading work across government as part of the Child Poverty Task Force. We look forward to setting out further findings from that in due course, including to this House, considering a range of measures and ways in which we can support children out of poverty, the shocking legacy left behind by the last Conservative government. And she asks about the additional investment going into the sector. The big investment that we are putting into the early years pupil premium and into the expansion grant will be crucial in providing the support that the sector needs to deliver the places and the staffing required ahead of September. And I look forward to continuing to work with her to make sure that we get this right.
Jen Craft.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I warmly welcome the announcement today of the Breakfast Club's pilot areas, including the two schools in my constituency in Thurrock. I know that it will make a massive difference to the lives of many working families. However, on the subject of breakfast clubs, and as an SEN parent, I would like to issue the plea, don't you forget about me. I mean, for too often, SEN parents and their children find that policy moves ahead without them. And I think there is a potential risk that we could be slightly overlooked in this area. So I would ask the Secretary of State what measures she has in place to make sure that disabled children and those with additional needs can fully take part in breakfast clubs.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this important area. She is absolutely right that breakfast clubs must be fully inclusive and take account of the needs of all children, including children with SEND. That's why, as part of this process, we've announced 50 special and AP schools who will be taking part in the Early Adopters scheme. They will receive a higher funding rate of £3.23 per pupil, in addition to set-up costs and termly payments. But I recognise the need also to ensure that breakfast clubs operating in mainstream schools are able to cater to the needs of a wide range of children. That's why we're developing a breakfast schools toolkit for providers of wraparound, including breakfast clubs, so that the provision that is put in place is inclusive for all children.
Simon Hall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State makes a compelling argument of the merits of breakfast for many of our young children and the benefits that it has for learning. Is she able to just say a word or two on 2 points? First of all, to end that question, or to answer that question, which is being raised in the secondary sector about future funding going forward beyond the agreed time period. And also, what incentives can she put in place to encourage these schools to procure foodstuffs which are produced locally? That would be of good support to our local food producers and our farmers.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with the question the Right Honourable Gentleman asks about the importance of supporting local providers where that's possible to do so, and the fantastic contribution around British food and wider produce. I would just observe to him, it's my understanding that his constituency is set to benefit from the Early Adopter scheme, and I hope that he himself will be able to see the fantastic benefit this will bring to children and families in his constituency. The National School Breakfast Programme will continue for the next year, but as I said, that only covers 75% of food. Schools are required to fund the additional 25% of costs. And our new breakfast clubs will be about more than just food. They will be about the wider opportunities that children in primary school will have at the start of the school day, and costs will cover staffing, delivery and food.
Darren Paffy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I warmly welcome this statement and the firm actions that my right honourable friend is taking to make sure that we can level the playing field and boost attendance and attainment for children in Southampton, Itchen and beyond. I am particularly delighted that St John's Primary and Nursery School will get this investment from the government as part of the Early Adopters programme. Would the Secretary of State detail what conversations she's having about how that monitoring will work so that the national rollout can be based on best evidence, and perhaps ahead of 749 other invitations, can I invite her to visit St John's to see the Breakfast Club in action?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to hear about the good news for St John's, and I'm sure my honourable friend, the Minister for Early Education, and I will receive lots of invitations to visit fantastic breakfast clubs across our country. We'll do our best to service those invitations, but with more than 750, it might be a bit of a stretch, but we'll try our very best. My honourable friend is right to identify the need to develop learning and understanding about what works across the early adopters. That's why the schools taking part in this pilot cover a range of different settings, serve communities with a range of different needs, both rural and urban, serving very different kinds of communities, so we can ensure a fully representative sample ahead of full rollout.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for her statement. As a child brought up on free milk and free school meals, I very much welcome and support the government's plans to set up universal breakfast clubs in all primary schools. However, concerns are reported amongst head teachers, unions and charities that the plans will not be properly funded and will lack the flexibility required to be successful. This weekend, the independent publication Schools Week highlighted how some head teachers in primary schools, while enthusiastic about the aims, refused to take part in the early adopter pilot scheme as volunteer schools because only 60 pence was being provided by the government per pupil. The budgets of schools in my constituency of Dewsbury and Batley, as well as across the country, are already stretched beyond breaking point. So will the Secretary of State confirm that adequate funding for healthy foods, as well as the necessary flexibilities, will be provided to all primary schools for the breakfast clubs, and will she guarantee the schools will not be left out of pocket?
Thank you.
I can confirm that the funding being made available to schools, I'm confident, will be sufficient to deliver on this programme. The Honourable Gentleman quotes the per-pupil funding daily rate, but alongside that, as I set out earlier, there will be start-up costs as well as lump sum payments to cover the costs of running the Breakfast Club, alongside a higher daily funding rate for special schools and alongside a higher daily funding rate based on the proportion of FSM 6 pupils at the school.
Serena Brackenridge.
Deputy Speaker. Firstly, my congratulations go to Poole Hayes Primary School in Willinghall for being one of the 750 early adopters. Will the Secretary of State outline how the free universal rollout of breakfast clubs, alongside capping the number of branded items of uniform and expanding funded childcare, will help cost of living for my families in Wolverhampton North East?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend and I'm delighted that her constituency will be a part of the Early Adopters programme. Our Breakfast Club scheme is all about making sure that children get a great start to their school day, a welcoming space, providing them with valuable opportunities to play, to learn and to socialise. But as she identifies, the measures that we're setting out today to this House around the Early Adopters scheme, but also the measures in the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, will make a big difference to parents, will put more money back into their pockets, limiting the costs of school uniform, but also providing more support around breakfast clubs. That is the difference a Labour government makes.
Jim Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome very much the Secretary of State's commitment to the scheme. As I know it's an England scheme, but I just want to say that we have a similar scheme in Northern Ireland, one that we do as well. Every one of us as MPs have attended the Kellogg's events here in the House, and we understand the commitment that Kellogg's can make. But I just want to ask the Secretary of State, is it possible that the Secretary of State has considered whether there may be other companies who could perhaps do similar as Kellogg's do in relation to schools? For instance, bakeries could do something, those who make jam or marmalade could do something, and indeed the superstores, as we know, within 24 hours dump their food out or dispose of it. That's good food going to waste. There may be better ways, Madam Deputy Speaker, and perhaps maybe the Minister, the Secretary of State could help us to achieve that. Thank you.
I agree with the Honourable Gentleman. There is always more that we can do, and I note that there are many companies that already involve themselves in really important charitable works in this area. He names one company. It would be remiss of me as a North East MP not to give a special plug to Greggs, who do some fantastic work in this space as well. And alongside the national rollout that we intend to deliver of breakfast clubs, we continue to believe that there is an important role for organisations like Magic Breakfast, like Greggs, Kellogg's and others in supporting schools and children.
Seawards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely welcome the introduction of free breakfast clubs for all primary schools, including for Robin Hood Primary School in Leeds South West and Morley. They provide £450 worth of savings to parents, provide extra childcare, and of course we know that children should not have to start the day hungry. What can the Secretary of State tell the primary schools in my constituency about the full rollout and when they can expect to see breakfast clubs in their schools?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. We intend to deliver the rollout as soon as possible because we know it's urgent and we know the difference this will make to children's lives. Free universal breakfast clubs will also mean that every primary school child, no matter their circumstances, is well prepared to learn. That's why we believe in that important provision being universal, available to all children. But today is an important step forward, and Robin Hood Primary School will be an important part of how we develop and understand how to roll out the programme nationally.
Lawrence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I agree with the Secretary of State in that every single child deserves the very best start in life. But if we're honest, we know that not every child has the best start in life. And this will make such a big difference to so many children, including children at Van Gogh Primary School, Henry Fawcett in Crawford in my constituency, which the Secretary of State is always welcome to come and visit any of those three. And we know that this will make a big difference for many parents as well. One of the other pushes around the free breakfast clubs is around attainment and attendance for children. This is a really good way. So I just wanted to ask the Secretary of State, the early adopters start in April. What's the timeline for reviewing this, especially in light of some of the funding concerns that other members have raised? What's that timeline for reviewing these?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree very strongly with my honourable friend about making sure that every child gets the best start in life, and I'm grateful for her generous invitation, and I'm sure my honourable friend, the Early Education Minister, and I will consider it with a large number of other invitations, I'm sure. I would say to her that as part of this process, we intend to test and learn as we go to make sure that the rollout of the scheme is being delivered effectively. But it is a crucial part of how we will make sure that all children have opportunities at the start of the school day to play, to learn, to socialise, to get that softer start. And she is also right to identify the evidence from the Education Endowment Foundation that demonstrates the impact that breakfast clubs have on attendance, on attainment and on behaviour, not just for the children who benefit, but for the whole school community too.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Across the country and in Calder Valley, stories of children arriving at lessons hungry are far too common, and the massive rise in child poverty under the last government exacerbated this issue. But in Calder Valley, because of the actions of this Labour government, we will see pilots in Cornholme Junior and Infant School, Scout Road Academy, Ellen Church of England Junior and Infant School and Ludden Foot Church of England School. Will the Minister confirm that the child poverty strategy, when it's delivered, will build on this and make the scandal of children missing meals a thing of the past?
It is a privilege to chair the Child Poverty Task Force with my right honourable friend, the Work and Pensions Secretary. We've heard evidence across the country through visits to Northern Ireland, to Scotland and shortly to Wales to understand the challenges right across the United Kingdom that so many families are facing and what is required in order to bring down the numbers of children growing up in poverty. That includes a range of measures that we are considering, because we know that the last Conservative government left a dreadful record where we saw countless thousands of children growing up in avoidable poverty. And the honourable gentleman can shake his head all he likes. That is a fact.
Peter Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Secretary of State's statement, and can I also say that the children and families of St Monica's Catholic Primary School and Kingslander Primary Academy will welcome her statement, as I do, and we look forward to the extension and expansion of the proposals. And would she agree with me that her proposals are food for thought in the most literal and practical sense of the word?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I'm delighted to hear of the schools in his constituency who are taking part. They will play a crucial role in how we learn from the most effective way of delivering this on a national basis, because I do believe it is essential that when all children arrive at school, they're in a position where they're ready to learn with full bellies and hungry minds.
Hazel Caliscan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for her statement. Parents in my constituency, and indeed teachers too, welcome the announcement. In particular, the schools in my constituency of Montague Primary School and Richard Albion Primary School, who are part of the early rollout. The Secretary of State, Madam Deputy Speaker, referenced briefly the evidence between those who attend a breakfast club and attainment. It is particularly important for my constituency, where 19% of children are frequently absent. Can the Minister give us more detail about the evidence of this, the link between attendance of a breakfast club and the importance of long-term attendance of a school? Thank you.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. She is right to draw attention to the significant challenges that we face around attendance at school. Breakfast clubs are an important part of how we support children around behaviour, around attendance and attainment, and the evidence is very clear in this area. I would also like to say, following on from her question, that I pay tribute to the school leaders and to the staff who will be involved in this very important endeavour around supporting children at the start of the school day. Their efforts will allow us to effectively roll out a national scheme that will benefit children the length and breadth of our country, and I'm grateful for their contribution.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and could I thank the Secretary of State for her announcement on this very important policy today, and in particular to thank her for the investment in Caversham Park Primary School and also Suzanne School, both in Reading Central constituency. Would she be able to provide the House with some further details of the evaluation of the programme over time? Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend. We will update the House to make sure that members are aware of the continuation of the rollout, how it is progressing, but also so that we can learn as quickly and as effectively as possible as to how the rollout is developing. And I'm delighted to hear about the schools in my honourable friend's constituency.
Perrin Moon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Gwynia Community Primary School is one of the 750 early adopters, and I'm absolutely delighted that they have joined in. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that this is part of an overall strategy to ensure that all children are able to access the education that they deserve, a strategy that was profoundly missing for the last 14 years?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He is right that breakfast clubs are an important part of how we ensure that all children are set up to succeed and that every child in our country gets the best start in life. But we, of course, need to go much further beyond that, and indeed we are doing so as a Labour government, seeking to break that link between background and success so that more children than ever, a record proportion of children, are school ready at the age of 5, because we all know the evidence points to the fact that if children slip behind at that crucial moment, they suffer later on in life. And I want to make sure that every child in our country has the chance to get on.
Rachel Hopkins.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted that Denby Primary School and Summary's Infants are some of the first schools to benefit from Labour's universal free breakfast clubs in Luton South and South Bedfordshire, because we know that a balanced, nutritious breakfast will set children up for the school day and improve attendance and attainment. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that Labour delivering on its manifesto commitment through our plan for change is clear evidence that we are committed to breaking down barriers to opportunity and ensuring all children have the best chance in life?
I agree with my honourable friend. The need to act here is urgent. We know that far too many children are not achieving all that they can and that they are held back by virtue of their background. We are determined to turn that around, and the announcement that I am making today shows the determination of this Labour government to ensure that background is no barrier to success, and I'm delighted that we have made such rapid progress with more than 750 early adopters from April.
Adam Thompson.
Deputy Speaker, I firstly welcome the statement from the Secretary of State today, and I'm very glad that Chaucer Infant and Nursery School in my constituency signed up to the Breakfast Club Early Adopter Scheme. I had the great privilege of visiting Chaucer Infants recently, where Mrs Dawley gave me an excellent tour of the school, and I had a fantastic discussion with the Smart School Council about their priorities for our community. Free breakfast clubs will be a real financial boost for families in my constituency who have struggled greatly through the cost of living crisis. Madam Deputy Speaker, could the Secretary of State expand on how free breakfast clubs will improve the opportunities available to children in Erewash?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I send my best wishes to Mrs Dawley and the whole school community. They are clearly doing fantastic work to support children in his community. And breakfast clubs in our primary schools, of course, bring benefits for parents at the start of the school day, giving them choices and flexibility about how to get on at work. But crucially, this is about boosting children's life chances, because the evidence is very clear about the impact on attendance, on behaviour and on attainment too. This is a crucial part of how we will make sure that background is no barrier to getting on in life.
Tulip Siddiq.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State will know very well the impact of COVID on children, especially a lot of children who are at primary school now, the impact on their well-being and also their attainment, especially if they're from disadvantaged backgrounds. So I very much welcome this intervention, because it will make a massive difference to this COVID cohort who are now at primary school. But could I press her a bit on the next steps for this COVID cohort in terms of attainment, but also mental health? What is her department doing to ensure that there's more provision for mental health, especially at primary school?
My honourable friend raises an important point, and I think we all recognise, both as constituency MPs and from the work we see across the country, the serious impact of the pandemic on young people and their mental health, on the big waiting lists we see to access specialist support for many young people where it comes to CAM services across our country. It's why I'm working very closely with the Health Secretary on making sure that we roll out more mental health support across our schools so that children can access the support that they need at the earliest possible point.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm so delighted to have 4 schools in my constituency on the early adopter scheme for free universal breakfast clubs. The Ferns and Grange Infants in Farnborough and Marlborough Infants and St Joseph's in Aldershot. Can I ask my honourable friend what her message is to parents across my constituency who are eager for their children's school to join this scheme so that they can benefit from Labour's plan for change in Aldershot and Farnborough?
My message to parents in Aldershot and across our country is that this Labour government is on their side, delivering better work choices for parents and more support for their children at the start of the school day, where it comes to breakfast clubs and the early adopters scheme, but also the action that we are taking to cut the costs of school uniforms, an area I know that many parents find a real pressure, but also expanding childcare and early years entitlements so that parents across our country, and including in her constituency, are able to take up the places that have been promised.
Alistair Strathern.
Speaker, as a former teacher and local authority children's leader, I got to see firsthand the transformative impact breakfast clubs can have in driving up attendance, attainment and young people's well-being. So I'm delighted that not one, not two, but 3 local schools are going to be benefiting from the government's early adopter scheme. But as excited as I am for primary age pupils at Meppershall, Sheffield Lower and Eton of Bury Academy in Stockfold, I want to make sure even more can benefit. So how will the government make sure we learn the lessons of the pilots as quickly as possible so that every pupil in my constituency and across the country eligible for the commitment can benefit from it?
The schools in my honourable friend's constituency will play an important role in determining how we can roll out this commitment right across our country. Of course, the early adopters in schools in his community will make a real and really meaningful difference to parents and to children, but it will also give us the opportunity to test and learn as we go, and crucially, demonstrate the impact of a universal breakfast club offer, because we know that is also the way in which we can make sure that we reach often some of the families that might find it more difficult to access such provision, because it is a less stigmatising way of reaching those in the greatest need.
Pippa Halings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank and congratulate the head teachers and staffs at Meldreth, Great Wilbraham and Stapleford primary schools in my constituency of South Cambridgeshire. And I would just like to ask the Minister if she would also explain to them how important it is that the learning that takes place in these schools will ensure the rollout of breakfast clubs to all the schools in my constituency across the country.
I pay tribute to the schools in the Honourable Lady's constituency and to the workforce there for the fantastic efforts that they have made in order to take part in this scheme. I look forward to seeing the impact it has in schools in her community and in constituencies across the country, so that we can make sure that when we roll out this scheme nationwide, we do so on the basis of the best available evidence taken from a range of different contexts in different constituencies across England.
Josh Simons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a newly elected member of this place, I try to visit a school in my constituency every week. Time and time again, parents tell me, as they did last week at the All Saints Primary in Hindley, that having a child in this country is too expensive and too exhausting, which is why I really welcome the programme that the Secretary of State has set out today. In a few weeks' time, I am hosting a coffee morning at the Family Hub in Hindley, where all parents are coming to discuss the issues that they face, particularly dads who often don't show up to these things. And the question I'd like to be able to answer for them is, will the Secretary of State assure the House that she will be tightly monitoring the timeline for rolling out this fantastic programme beyond the early adopters to other schools that will benefit, including those in my constituency?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend and for the work that he is doing in his community to support families. He is right that all families, all parents experience challenge at different points. Being a parent is a wonderful job, but it can also be a very challenging job at times too. And we as a government are determined to make sure that support is always available to families. And absolutely, we want to ensure that as we roll out this programme across the country as quickly as we possibly can, that we learn the lessons as to what works in different parts of our country. But I would give my honourable friend the commitment too that the action that we are taking as a government will benefit families right across his constituency, with action on school uniform costs, rolling out childcare and early years entitlements, and also making sure that children have more early and timely access to support in areas like SEND.
Richard Quigley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, does my honourable friend think that a breakfast club might have helped the attendants on the opposite benches and indeed their grasp of basic maths? Does my honourable friend agree with me that Barton Primary School in my constituency of the Isle of Wight West has taken an important step forward in helping the outcomes of all of its pupils in its school? And does she agree that this is one of the many important first steps she has taken to fix an education system that has been ruined by the previous government?
Madam Deputy Speaker, attendance has been a bit slim on the opposition benches this afternoon, and I did note in the response that I made to the Shadow Minister, who's sadly no longer with us, that I apologise, to the Shadow Minister opposite, that you would think that members across the House would welcome the difference that breakfast clubs will bring to communities the length and breadth of our country, because they have been selected in a range of different constituencies to ensure that we do learn from what is effective and what works. And I would say to my honourable friend that I'm delighted that his constituency is going to be a part of this. The work that school leaders and teachers and school staff will make in this important endeavour will allow us to roll out breakfast clubs across our country, making a real difference to children across our country.
Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know my right honourable friend and neighbour, the Secretary of State, is personally committed to delivering the best start of life for children in Sunderland. I warmly welcome that the Richardson Road, Hudson Road, St Joseph's and Dame Dorothy schools in my constituency have been announced as early adopters. In terms of staffing, could I ask her just to say a little bit about the regional variations in the availability of early years staff, which, as she knows, is a particular challenge in our city?
My honourable friend is right to identify the variation that exists across our country, including where it comes to early years places and provision. It's why we've almost doubled the early years pupil premium to make sure that providers are supported to create places in communities where they are in the greatest demand, in the greatest need, but where places do not currently exist in the way that we would wish. And where it comes to staffing of breakfast clubs in particular, I'm delighted that schools in Sunderland Central will be benefiting. It will be for schools to determine how best to use the funding to staff breakfast clubs. There is no expectation that it should be made up from teachers, for example, and of course existing breakfast clubs use a mixture of provision, and that will continue. And the early adopters will allow us to test and learn and strengthen delivery as part of a national rollout.
Julie Minns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, for giving families in Carlisle not one, not two, but 7 reasons to be cheerful today. And those 7 reasons are the schools of Udale, Inglewood, Blackford, Holbank Gate, Bishop Harvey Goodwin, Castle Carrick and Brook Street. These 7 schools represent the full breadth and potential and diversity of Carlisle and North Cumbria. Fantastic. From the inner city school of Brook Street, where many of the families have English as a second language and where opportunity is all too often denied to those children, to the village schools like Castle Carrick and Holbank Gate, where dropping off at school time can mean that the parents can't actually take advantage of the opportunities that exist in the city. So can I ask the Secretary of State to say a little bit more about the opportunity that will be unlocked for the parents as a result of today's announcement?
My honourable friend is right to highlight that the early adopter scheme covers schools from a wide range of settings in terms of the communities that they serve. We have sought to ensure that there is a representative sample, large and small, those serving communities of higher levels of deprivation and those with lower levels of deprivation. And there will be real benefits to parents in Carlisle from the early adopter scheme that we are introducing. The flexibility at the start of the school day to drop off that bit earlier and to take on more hours at work or to get to work. But crucially, the difference this will make to children's life chances too, because the evidence is so clear that that softer start to the school day makes a big difference to children's attendance, their behaviour and crucially their attainment at school as well.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the announcement today, and I'm very pleased to see that St William's Primary and Kinsale Infant School in my constituency of Norwich North will be among those to benefit from this early adopter programme. Those are 2 of the 12 schools in Norfolk that will benefit. Can I ask her to also expand on the test and learn principle as we feed in that nationally, how we also feed that back to schools on an ongoing basis so they can make improvements, and are there opportunities for schools to join up locally on areas like procurement?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we will be providing those opportunities, as my honourable friend outlines, to ensure schools to work with one another, to develop best practice and to also learn from what works in similar settings, and to make sure that breakfast clubs in those schools are as effective and as accessible as they possibly can be. We know that breakfast clubs make a really big difference to children and their life chances, and I'm delighted that we've been able as a government to move so rapidly in starting this rollout of breakfast clubs across our country.
Alison Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is shameful that after the last Labour government lifted 1.1 million children out of poverty, years of neglect by Conservative governments saw increasing numbers of children going to school hungry, limiting their learning and life chances. So I warmly welcome the announcement that 4 schools in my constituency will be able to offer a free breakfast club from April, Russet and Fylingdales, as well as St Peter's and St George's over in Scarborough. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that these breakfast clubs not only show how this government is supporting working parents, but is delivering on our promise to tackle child poverty?
Madam Deputy Speaker, opposition members never like it pointed out to them that on their watch we saw rising levels of child poverty in our country that scars the life chances of a generation and left families struggling. We are determined as a Labour government to make a difference and to ensure that background is no barrier to getting on in life. And I'm grateful that my honourable friend is such a champion for her constituents in making sure that where you're from doesn't determine everything that you can go on to achieve. And the commitments that we are delivering on, not even 8 months into this Labour government, demonstrates the difference that voting Labour makes.
Sir John Joseph.
Speaker, I welcome this announcement in which my constituents in Ashford will benefit free breakfast clubs from 3 different schools, which are Downsview Infant School, Kingsnorth Primary School and Chilmington Primary School. Children having a chance to settle down and start their day at a club with friends will have a positive impact on their mental health for long term. So would my honourable friend agree that this needs to be rolled out into every primary school as soon as possible?
I agree, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will do so as quickly as we possibly can. My honourable friend is right to highlight the important benefits that come of breakfast clubs in terms of children's ability to socialise, to play at the start of the school day. I have seen so many fantastic examples in breakfast clubs already operating where it makes such a profound difference for children to have that chance to spend time with friends, to play and to learn ahead of starting the school day, as well as the crucial boost that having a healthy breakfast will also deliver.
Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted that 5 schools in my constituency, Hertford Manor, Overhaul, High Street, Victoria Road and St Joseph's, will be among the first to offer breakfast clubs. And I want to pay tribute to the leaders of those schools who, thanks to their actions in putting their schools forward, they'll ensure that children in my area start the day ready to learn. And the evidence suggests that it will improve attainment, increase attendance and enhance well-being while boosting their overall life chances. To ensure that all children can benefit from free breakfast clubs, can my honourable friend tell me what steps are being taken to ensure breakfast clubs are inclusive and accessible for children with SEND?
Secretary of State.
I join with my honourable friend in paying tribute to the school leaders in his community who will be a very important part of our early adopter scheme, and I thank them for their contribution. He is also right to highlight the important need for all breakfast clubs to be inclusive, including for children with SEND. That's why we will be able, through this process, to learn from what works, but why also, alongside announcements around breakfast clubs in mainstream schools, we are also announcing specialist provision and AP schools will be a part of this, so we can learn from the best practice that exists in the specialist sector and ensure that mainstream schools are able to develop that as well.
Tom Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is no doubt that this government's introduction of free breakfast clubs will be transformative for many families. Worcester has always been a pioneering city, and as a city that trains teachers, we are also a hub for education, so I'm particularly pleased that no fewer than 3 of our local schools, Oasis, Red Hill and Riverside, have all been selected and announced today as early adopters of breakfast clubs. Would the Secretary of State elaborate on how this pilot contributes both towards ending poverty and to ensuring that every child has the opportunity to thrive, thrive, achieve and succeed.
My Honourable Friends' schools in Worcester will benefit, the children and families will benefit directly from the Early Adopters programme, but they will also be an important part of how we roll out this scheme nationwide, allowing us to develop the best practice, and I pay tribute to the schools and leaders in his community for taking part in this scheme. But he is absolutely right that what we want to ensure is that all children are set up to succeed at the start of the school day, that they can achieve, that they can thrive, and that we make sure that they succeed in every way possible.
Jim Dixon.
Thanks very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Parents and families of children in Knockhall Primary School in Greenhithe in my constituency will be delighted to hear that they are a breakfast club early adopter, and this will ensure that pupils start their day well fed, ready to learn, as well as saving families money. I wonder if the Secretary of State could just say a little bit more about how the benefits to learning, to nutrition and to the cost of living will be evaluated.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Through the Early Adopters programme, schools will be able to take part in a peer-to-peer support network so that they can work together to share expertise and approaches at a regional level. That will be crucial to the work that we take forward around the national rollout. So the school in his constituency will play not just a role in supporting families locally, but will also be an essential part of how we learn what works and what is most effective. And we want to ensure that that best practice is spread across the country as we roll out breakfast clubs nationwide.
David Baines.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted that 3 schools in my constituency are part of this initial rollout, Ashurst Primary, Garswood Primary and Pace, and I'm delighted for them. Can I say I'm also delighted to hear Carmill Primary School in my constituency get a mention in the statement by yourself, by the Secretary of State in a statement, and congratulations to them, to Mr Maley, the head teacher, and all the staff for the outstanding work they're clearly already doing, that I know they're doing, because I used to work there. It's a great school. Can I also ask the Secretary of State, like many members clearly, I've been contacted already by other families and other schools today asking when they can be part of this. Can she assure me and my constituents that the government will work as quickly as possible to roll this out to all primary schools? And can she also assure my constituents who are concerned about school funding that schools will be properly resourced to deliver this, as well as everything else they have to do?
I can say to constituents of his and across St Helens that we will ensure that schools have the resources that they need to deliver the rollout of breakfast clubs, both in terms of the early adopters and beyond that. It is essential that as we get this initial phase underway so that we can learn as to what works ahead of the national rollout, but we are determined as quickly as possible to roll out breakfast clubs nationwide. But the fact that we can announce the early adopter scheme starting from April demonstrates the difference that a Labour government makes.
Luke Meyer.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly welcome today's statement from my right honourable friend, and I can't tell you how delighted I am that 4 schools in my constituency with over 1,300 children will be early adopters within this scheme. I pay tribute to the leadership of Skelton Primary, Lockwood Primary, Pennyman Primary and St Bernadette's Primary for their leadership. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that where the children of working families are concerned, this is a government that's on their side and focused on making sure they have the best start in life and the best start to the school day?
I'm delighted that 4 schools in my honourable friend's constituency are taking part, and I look forward to all primary schools across Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland benefiting from the rollout of breakfast clubs across our country. This Labour government is on the side of working parents, putting more money back into parents' pockets, supporting parents at the start of the school day and cutting the costs of the school day too. That is the difference that a Labour government brings, and that is the difference that electing my humble friend to this place brings.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for her statement? Point of order, Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think first I should declare a non-pecuniary interest as a freeman of the City of London. A constituent has raised with me the concern that the City of London seeks, by means of a private bill, the ability to sell and to redevelop without replacement the historic meat market of Smithfield and the fish market of Billingsgate. A petition against this proposal, containing many hundreds of signatures, has been denied an audience and blocked by the corporation on the grounds that the petitioners do not have a direct interest in the proposed legislation. Madam Deputy Speaker, Smithfield and Billingsgate have for centuries provided meat and fish that is consumed throughout the country. And it's therefore fair to argue that every citizen of the United Kingdom has a direct interest in these markets, for which the corporation has acquired and prepared alternative sites that they are now seeking to abandon. My question to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, therefore, is it correct, proper and orderly that the petition against this bill should not be heard?
Can I thank the honourable member for having given prior notice of his point of order? The right of petitioners to be heard before a committee on a private bill is not a matter for the chair. Nonetheless, he has put his point on the record, and honourable members who wish to object to the bill will have an opportunity to do so when it returns to the floor of the House for its report stage. Point of order, Perrin Moon.
Morass, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today is the third anniversary of the start of the war in Ukraine, and during the statement, several members were asking where certain other members were for that vital debate. And up to now, this House has been rock solid in its overwhelming support for Ukraine. It may interest the Deputy Speaker to know that the member for Clacton-on-Sea is not actually in the United States. He's not in Clacton-on-Sea. He's 290 miles away in my constituency giving a rally. Shouldn't he have asked me first?
Can I thank the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order, and I assume that he has referred the honourable member to whom he is referring. The document called the Rules of Behaviour and Courtesies in the House of Commons does deal with this matter, but when a member visits another member's constituency, except on a purely private visit, they should take reasonable steps in advance to tell the member in whose constituency the visit is taking place. That guidance also states that failing to do so is regarded by colleagues as very discourteous. He has, of course, put his point on the record this afternoon. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Crown Estate Bill, Lords, remaining status.
No.
We will begin with new clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider other new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I call Hlinos Medi to move new clause 1.
I beg to move new clause 1, which is tabled in my name. This amendment would transfer the management of the Crown Estate to the Welsh Government within 2 years after the commencement of the Act. The principle behind this amendment is a simple one, that the people of Wales should control and benefit from their own natural resources. For much of Welsh history, this has not been the case, with resources often exploited for the benefits of others. From copper in Amlwch and Ynys Môn, slate in Gwynedd, steel in Port Talbot and Newport, to the coal across south-east valleys. The rivers of wealth which have flowed from these industries were sucked out of our communities, and those communities have since been ravaged by poverty. Wales is blessed with natural wealth and brilliant people, yet we are also a nation afflicted with deprivation following years of extraction. Shocking new figures show that child poverty in Wales is set to reach 34.4% by the end of this decade. This is the legacy from our past. A past where wealth was generated was not used to benefit the Welsh economy or communities. Today, in 2025, this extractive pattern is being repeated with Wales's green wealth. Wales has an immense renewable energy potential in our windy seas and long coastlines. We can see this demonstrated in the Morlais project on Ynys Môn. But this seabed, along with thousands of acres of land, is controlled by the Crown Estate. Renewable energy projects using these resources are expanding rapidly and delivering profits. We see this in the value of the Crown Estate, which has skyrocketed from 96 million 5 years ago to £853 million in 2023. However, all profits generated by the Crown Estate in Wales is transferred to the Treasury. This green wealth, just like from the coal and other minerals in the past, is being sucked out of our nation. Millions of pounds generated on the Welsh Crown Estate is taken out of Wales each year, away from our communities who have borne the brunt of decades of economic decline. In 2017, Scotland gained control over the Scottish Crown Estate and ensured that all profit is kept in Scotland. Devolution has generated millions for the Scottish public purse, with funds going directly to those deprived communities, such as those in the Highlands. Why do the Scottish people get the benefits from their own water, wind and sea resources, but the people of Wales can't? It is simply not credible for the government to continue to say devolution is too complicated, too costly and too time-consuming. These are all issues which can be addressed with proper planning and resourcing. Scotland's Crown Estate was devolved in 2017. It is ludicrous to say the Welsh Crown Estates cannot be devolved in a similar way. In Scotland, interim measures were put in place to ensure a smooth transition from the point of devolution until the implementation of a long-term framework for the managing of assets. The amendment I have tabled takes a similar pragmatic approach by introducing a transition period. It worked in Scotland, it can work for Wales too. Throughout this whole debate, the government has still not addressed the principle of control. So I would like the Minister to answer directly. Does his government believe that the people of Wales should have democratic control over their own natural resources? The people of Wales certainly believe so. Polling shows majority support for devolution of the Crown Estate amongst the Welsh public is higher than ever. It's also supported by the Welsh Labour government, and the majority of councils in Wales have passed motions in support of devolution, with Wrexham Council doing just so last week, with support of the council's Labour group. More councils will follow suit, and we may very likely have all councils in Wales declaring support for devolution in the near future. There is a mandate from the right across Welsh society for devolution. Members of Parliament would do well to remember that they are here to serve and represent the people, and the people of Wales have clearly made their voice known on this matter. So in closing, I return to the principle which I outlined at the beginning of my speech. Do members of this House believe that the people of Wales, who after centuries of exploitation should finally be given the right to control and benefit from their own natural resources? If you believe in this principle, then I urge members to join me in the voting lobby.
Management of the Crown Estate in Wales.
The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. I call Henry Tufnell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We currently find ourselves living in uncertain times, and as a nation, we face many challenges ahead. For one, there is Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The impact on our domestic energy prices has shown the extent of our reliance on the international oil and gas markets. Since 2022, gas prices for households across the country have spiked, and the cost of living continues to bite. Putin's boot is on our throat. Another challenge is the result of rapid deindustrialisation across the UK since the 1980s, with too much economic focus on London and the southeast of England. We've seen massive job losses at Port Talbot, we face uncertain future at Grangemouth, and we still bear the scars of the loss of the mining industry. Regional inequality is stark, and in my constituency of Mid and South Pembrokeshire, the rate of child poverty is steadily increasing. And of course, there is our climate crisis, wildfires in California, torrential rain in Spain, extreme heat waves and longer droughts. Even walking through the village of Angle in Pembrokeshire, with the local community council, the increase in frequency of flooding is all too easy to see, not to mention the damaging impact on both residents and farmers. Prior to the general election on the 4th of July, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, set out her economic vision of securonomics, that we would make, sell and buy more in Britain. In so doing, we would deliver energy security and create good, well-paid jobs, whilst tackling the climate crisis. Madam Deputy Speaker, my colleagues and I sat on these government benches, stood together on that election manifesto, and now it is time to deliver. It's against this backdrop, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when the challenges are so great, the need for leadership so acute, that it is vital that the Crown Estate is provided with greater scope to rise to these challenges and do its part for the revitalisation of our great nation. The inclusion that commissioners at the Crown Estate must keep under review the impact of their activities on the sustainable development in the UK at Clause 3A of Article 4 is therefore to be welcomed. It was an amendment that was hard fought by the noble lords in the other place, and I commend them for it. However, it is our duty in this House to provide clarity as to the meaning and scope of the term sustainable development and the mechanism by which it can be enforced. Maintaining transparency and accountability for an organisation that commands the level of size and influence of the Crown Estate is critical. To allow the Crown Estate to define the term and report on it annually is straight out of the environmental, social and governance playbook, allowing an organisation effectively to self-regulate on an issue of national importance, given the financial firepower that this House is granting the Crown Estate, is a dereliction of our democratic duty. My amendment, Amendment number 5, that commissioners must have regard to net zero, regional economic growth and energy security, does not impede the independence of the Crown Estate, but rather provides unambiguous purpose and direction to an otherwise undefined and unexplained term. It should be welcomed. I will gladly give way to my honourable member.
We're giving way, and of course one of the key issues for for all of us in the United Kingdom, and certainly for us in Northern Ireland, is the fishing sector. Any development that may be net zero development, for instance wind farms, will have and could have a very direct impact upon the fishing sectors in my constituency, as has been proposed in the past. Does he share my concern on behalf of the fishing sector across this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, that the fishing sector cannot be impacted by something that takes away their opportunity to fish the seas round this United Kingdom, and to their detriment and to their families as well?
Thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. Of course, the fishing industry has a great history in my constituency of Mid and South Pembrokeshire, and it is vitally important that the Crown Estate takes on board the issues that within the fish industry when it looks around that leashing and consenting process. So I thank him for his intervention. I'm grateful also to the Minister for his assurances at the committee stage of this bill that the public framework document will give context to this clause of sustainable development. However, no text has been shared with this House, nor will there be until after the bill is given royal assent. This reduces scrutiny and will encourage a retrospective review rather than a proactive approach. Furthermore, relying on a public framework document reduces the ability of this House to ensure that the clause is properly enforced. What is the mechanism for enforcement should non-compliance take place? What if the Crown Estate failed to report in good faith? What are the penalties? Off the back of Labour's resounding victory in July last year, we know that there is democratic consensus across the nation for an economic vision that promotes energy security, regional economic growth and net zero. And yet the Crown Estate appear to be relying on the window dressing of ESG to obfuscate their desire to maximise their own 12% at the expense of our nation. Furthermore, I will give way on that point, yes.
Powerful argument, and I share his concern for communities such as Milford Haven, where renewable development will be critical in future. I'm sure that he will agree with me as well that to make the best use of supply chains and to make sure that the money stays as local as possible, particularly in Wales, that devolution of the Crown Estate would be a key way of doing this.
I thank the member for the intervention. I feel sometimes, though, with her party that the ideas are slightly for the birds. The idea of devolution, where's the plan? There is no plan. What's the practicalities? What are the practicalities? I'll give way.
Friend and constituency neighbour, the plan is quite simple. We could look at what's happening at this very moment in Scotland.
I thank the member for his intervention. The issue, though, is practicalities. Are you going to draw an artificial line? Is the member going to draw an artificial line in the Celtic Sea? What is the issue in respect of consenting? What does that do for the leasing rounds when certainty of investment for the private sector is so critical at this stage? Furthermore, if I may continue, other government agencies and departments do have to take account of this economic vision. The Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, as part of their latest Contract for Difference round, set criteria to achieve shorter supply chains to assure that a manufacturing facility, installation firm or port are in areas of deprivation. They also adhere to science-based targets, which are goals businesses set to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions in line with international treaties to reach net zero by 2050. The National Wealth Fund has an overall goal to increase investment in resilient and sustainable infrastructure to support the UK's net zero transition and contribute to improved local economic opportunity and productivity. In partnering with the private sector and local government, the National Wealth Fund has two clear strategic objectives to tackle climate change and support regional and local economic growth. Great British Energy facilitates, encourages and participates in the production, distribution, storage and supply of clean energy, the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, improvements in energy efficiency and measures for ensuring the security of the supply of energy. In providing clarity of purpose, this House is not overreaching and dictating individual organisational decisions. Instead, it is setting out a broader direction of travel based on the democratic will of the people of this great country. And in my constituency, people are desperately in need of that radical intervention to address the high levels of social deprivation and to bring back economic prosperity. Madam Deputy Speaker, to be clear, I support this bill, but for this government to deliver on its election manifesto, the Crown Estate must be given a clear purpose and direction, which is directly aligned with the Prime Minister's plan for change. Thank you.
I call Shadow Minister James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak on report stage, and I'll be focusing on Amendment 4 and new clauses 5 and 6 tabled in my name. This bill was developed under the previous Conservative government to increase the Crown Estate's ability to compete by providing a broader power to borrow so it maintains and enhances the value of the estate and the income derived from it. And the assets managed by the Crown Estate, which total £15.5 billion, are not the property of the government, nor are they part of the sovereign's private estate. They are held in right of the Crown. An appropriate scrutiny of the Crown Estate is therefore essential, which is what the amendments I've tabled seek to ensure. And over the last decade, the Crown Estate generated £4.1 billion for the nation's finances and believes that the measures in this bill can enable it to generate an additional £100 million in revenues to the Treasury by 2030, which is a prize worth seeking. Before speaking to the amendments in my name, I turn briefly to new clause 1, which proposes devolving Welsh functions of the Crown Estate to the Welsh Government. And I wonder if the honourable member has support from businesses, for example, for this change. As splitting the Crown Estate at this time would introduce risk in terms of assets and revenue streams. For example, in committee, we heard about the potential problems and complexity in terms of licensing of the Celtic Sea, which the honourable member just referred to. And as set out... I will give way.
I'm very interested to hear his arguments against devolving the administration of the Crown Estate to Wales. Can I just ask him very simply, his government, last government, devolved those same powers to Scotland. Why does it work for Scotland, but it's too complicated for Wales?
Well, we're dealing with the bill in front of us today, and to do it at the moment would be too complex for the licensing reasons and other reasons that have been set out during that committee stage, which could undermine the returns that could actually be made for taxpayers, whether in Wales or in other parts of the country. An honourable member for Mid and South Pembrokeshire spoke to Amendment 5, a version of which was moved in committee on his behalf. And as I said in committee, we recognise the amendment has been revised. We're cautious about putting more obligations onto the Crown Estate than Clause 3 already does, and there is a danger of the overreach he spoke about. We'll certainly listen to the response to the Minister to his honourable friend's speech with some interest. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the kernel of the bill is expanding the power of the Crown Estate to borrow, but there is a lack of parliamentary oversight on borrowing levels. Amendment 4 in my name would limit borrowing to a net debt-to-asset value ratio of no more than 25%, which could be amended by affirmative regulations. This is, I believe, a proportionate check on this new borrowing power. And when pushed at committee, the government again stated limits on borrowing are best set outside legislation in a memorandum of understanding. But a memorandum of understanding is all too easily altered at the stroke of a pen, a point that the Minister didn't address in the committee stage. And at the very least, will he give an undertaking that any changes to a memorandum of understanding will be reported to Parliament? Given Parliament is being asked to remove the restriction on borrowing and the government agrees there should be a limit, I struggle to see why the cap should not be set in legislation with the ability to amend it. Borrowing more than 25% carries risk which could ultimately affect the sustainability of the estate, which is why the government itself has accepted there should be a limit. And as this is a new power affecting assets held on behalf of the nation, it should be subject to control, and this will be a perfectly reasonable check, which I hope members will back. Madam Deputy Speaker, I turn to new clause 5, which would require the Crown Estate to seek Treasury approval for disposals amounting to 10% or more of its total assets, and to then lay a report before Parliament. Disposal of assets has been an important part of the discussions throughout the proceedings of this bill, both here and in the other place. Indeed, Clause 5 was introduced after pressure to ensure that Treasury consent is required before disposing of any of the Crown Estate's rights or privileges in relation to the territorial seabed. And this is a welcome safeguard, but can the Minister conceive of any circumstances in which the government would approve of such a sale? Can he give a commitment that national security would be to the fore in any consideration of such a proposal? And would ministers come to the House before agreeing to any such disposal? At committee stage, the Minister set out the current process dictates the government will be consulted on any potential sale of a nationally significant asset. Can the Minister say how he defines nationally significant? He also argued requiring Treasury consent for large disposals would undermine the flexibility needed by the Crown Estate to operate commercially. But the amendment simply requires Treasury consent to be sought and then reported to Parliament. The Crown Estate is not going to suddenly decide tomorrow to dispose of an asset. It will go through its internal processes, its business cases, those papers, a version of which could then be provided to ministers, and then depending on the ministers, that could be a very rapid approval process indeed that does not compromise flexibility but ensures accountability. These assets are held for the benefit of the nation, and we should ensure some form of transparency and scrutiny. I now turn to new clause 6, which would require the Chancellor to lay before Parliament any partnership agreement between the Crown Estate and GB Energy. This new clause is fundamental, as
I can remember when we had ideas in that party, when we had ideals in that party, when we had principles in that party, and now they have none of those three. They have to be replaced, and they have to be replaced by a party that, before it does anything else, it puts Britain and the welfare of the British people first. Of course, we used to take that for granted, that was what politicians were for. These days, we actually have to say it time and time again and form a whole new party on that basis, because it has completely deserted the big parties, that they are there to get Britain working, to make Britain a happy place, to make Britain a successful place. That is what we're about. That is what we're going to do. When we're in power, you will be able to say whatever you like. You will be... The only limitation will be that you mustn't actually incite violence, but if you have an opinion, it does not matter whether it is popular or unpopular. It does not matter whether it is right or wrong. It does not matter whether it is left or right. If it is your opinion, you should be able to utter it in a free society. To have that once, and we used to take it utterly for granted. And that is one of the things we mean when we say reform will give you your country back. And it will be a country in which everybody will be equal. The black will be equal to the white, and the white will be equal to the black. The female will be equal to the male, and the male will be equal to the female. And it won't matter whether you are black, white, gay, straight, young, old, male, female. All that will matter is your merit and your contribution. And in that also we will give you your country back. And we will give you a country that actually knows how to control its own borders. One of the reasons that we left the EU was so that we would be able to say who came here, on what terms, and how long they could stay, and what they must do when they came. We could say that. We didn't say we're not going to have anybody. We said we are going to set the terms. And now we've got thousands of people coming in on the small boats, no term set except they get a hotel when they come here. We will put an end to that, because what we will put an end to is the arrival of the small boats. Australia did it. Australia did it, Belgium did it. There's no reason why we cannot turn back the small boats. And if some do get through, and we're realistic enough always to have a plan B, which the Tories never had, it was just Rwanda. Starmer doesn't even have a plan A. We've always got a plan B. And plan B is that if they do get through, they will not be housed in hotels, but in secure reception centres, so that a message goes out. So that the message goes out If you have a truly genuine claim for asylum, you will be, as you have always been, welcome. But if you have not, you will be detained, you will be turned round, and you will be sent back. That is the message. And anybody coming on one of those small boats has come from a safe country and will therefore be presumed from the outset to have no claim for asylum. And we will do it for one very simple reason. It can be done. And the only reason that it isn't being done is because the will is not there. Reform has will. We have the will to turn this country round. We have the will to make it a free, low-tax country. We have the will to make it a country where the state is a servant and not a nanny. We have that will, and that is the country that we will give you back in 28 or 29, whenever the election is called. But between now and then, there is much to do. And we all have to do it. A handful of our MPs cannot do it alone. Headquarters cannot do it alone. We need every single one of you here, and in all the other regions, to put all the effort possible in to making sure that reform prevails at the local elections, at any subsequent elections, at by-elections, and then at the general election. And then you really will see, the day after the general election, Nigel Farage walking along to number 10. So, talking of Nigel Farage walking along to number 10, he is shortly going to be walking along to talk to you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very big welcome for Nigel Farage.
I now call the leader of Reform UK, Nigel Farage.
We are the new kids on the block. We have no experience in this Parliament whatsoever, even though some of us have tried many times over the years previously to get here. So we can't judge you from working in this place, but we can judge you from the way the outside world sees you.
Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Nobody on the front bench has ever worked in private business. Nobody on the front bench understands what genuine risk capital is. Hard work is the only way anybody succeeds individually. And hard work is the only way we're going to have a chance as a country to turn any of this around. We are in much deeper trouble than anybody on either front bench dares to admit. You know, for a Labour Party that couldn't define what a woman was, couldn't define what a working person was, well, after today I'm pretty convinced they can't define what economic growth is.
We believe that a society looks after its weak, but encourages everybody else to do the very best it can. We don't care about skin colour, we don't care about orientation, we care whether you share the values of this country. We care whether you obey the law, and we'll judge you on who you are. We'll judge you on who you are as a person. Isn't this what everybody wants? Is that what we're going to fight for? Can we make history? Are you going to be part of it? Thank you very, very much indeed. Good evening, Cornwall. I've just returned from the United States of America, where something quite remarkable is happening. They had an election on November the 5th, and they've got a new president. Chap who's a friend of mine, Donald J. Trump, is now their president. And he's decided, and he's acting already, they're going to get rid of waste and fraud within government, with Elon Musk leading the charge. What a good idea. He has decided that 6'3" people who were born male, who have London illegally, will be allowed to do so, and the deportation flights have started already. And his deputy, his Vice President J.D. Vance, came and shocked European leaders a couple of weeks ago. In fact, the reaction to his speech reminded me a bit of my old days in the European Parliament, where what I said never went down very well. He said that free speech was under threat in Europe. And just today we learned that Channel 8 in France, a centre-right leaning mainstream TV channel, is to have its licence withdrawn. Vance was right. But that attack on free speech also happened tonight here in Camborne. What you saw outside this hall this evening was an organisation called Antifa. They are hard left communist political actors who were intent on shutting us down, intent on this exercise in democracy that is happening here in Cornwall tonight. They were intent on shutting it down. Well, let me give a message to Antifa. Let me give a message to two-tier Keir Starmer. Let me give a message to all of them. We will not be cowed. We will not be silenced by anybody. We are the British people, and we want a common-sense government back in charge of our country. We're going to fight for it, and we are going to win. We're going to win. We are going to win. Political protest is fine. I don't mind people shouting things out at me. I can just about live with the odd egg, that's all right. But masked people outside tonight, threatening and intimidating you, Cornish members of the public, is not good enough, and all the warnings were there online before. Everyone knew what was going to happen, except it would appear the local police. And I will be writing to the acting chief constable to say, stop looking at what people say online and allow democracy to flourish in Devon, Cornwall and the whole of the West Country. Now, since the last election, it would appear we're doing really rather well. Which means that the Prime Minister has decided he will open up the attack guns on reform, or perhaps more accurately, on me. He delivered a speech in Scotland just yesterday, saying that we were right-wing. Perish the thought. Didn't call us far right, which rather surprised me, but that will come in time. He said that his way was the way for people to have good, well-paid jobs. Well, it was the Conservatives that started it, but Labour that have continued. But the net zero madness is closing down factories, is closing down industry on a scale we couldn't have even believed. Today, it's the mini plant at Cowley that employs 3,500 people. Before that, it was 1,100 jobs going at Luton. And the reason is simple. The Labour and Conservative governments have said, you must buy electric cars. Do you want to buy electric cars? Thank you. There we are. Are you watching, Prime Minister? We have closed most of our chemical industry. We have closed all of our aluminium smelting. We only have one primary steel plant left in the whole of the United Kingdom. And even if we surround, as they plan, the whole of Cornwall with these godforsaken, pig-ugly windmills, it will still only provide a fraction of the jobs. Starmer will close down the North Sea. Miliband will make sure your bills go higher. And the greatest lie Labour told at the election is that your electricity prices would fall by £300 per household. Remember that? We'll find out tomorrow what the increases will be. So I will not be lectured by this Prime Minister about well-paid jobs. And I won't be lectured by either of them about the benefits of mass immigration to our economy. When I say mass immigration, I mean 10 million people in the last 20 years. And the media will say, but Nigel, they're coming in to do jobs. Do you know of the last 3 million that came into Britain from outside of Europe during the Conservatives' period in office, only 22% are working. The rest have come in as dependents, and it's making everybody in this country poorer, and nobody has the courage to stand up and say it. But a Reform government will stop this massive population increase in this country, will get British people back to work, and anybody that arrives via a dinghy on the English Channel will never, ever, ever be allowed to stay in our country. And we will do it by facing up to the truth. I mean, can you believe that one person couldn't be deported because his kid liked chicken nuggets? We will leave the European Convention on Human Rights and restore the sovereignty of this country. And meanwhile, Brexit voting Cornwall has been betrayed not just by a Conservative government in 2019 that never believed in it, but used it for political opportunity, but now Starmer, who is crawling back towards the European Union, signing us up to EU food standards, to be overseen by the European Court of Justice, on the verge of signing us up once again to the free movement of people of anybody under 30. I gave up the best years of my adult life to campaign for this country to leave the European Union and to get back its sovereignty. And all those years that I led UKIP, everybody told me I was wasting my time. I was whistling in the wind. Well, they used a rather ruder term than that, but never mind. But you know what? Through the hard work and persistence of that grassroots movement, we didn't just force a referendum, we won an historic constitutional referendum, the biggest fundamental change to our country in 300 years. And I was proud to stand in Parliament Square on the 31st of January 2020 and to do the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1. Fireworks. We're out. We're independent. We have got our country back. I was proud of that. And yet, has it been delivered? Has it hell? Have Cornish fishermen felt the benefit of us leaving the European Union? There are more French, Dutch and Belgian boats fishing up on our 6-mile line than there ever were as members of the European Union. Our fishing fleets are put under, by the MMO and the MCA, levels of regulation never seen before. And I say this as I have a family member involved in the fishing industry in your great county. Are our farmers better off? Outside the European Union? No, with Labour's relentless and now merciless attack on all of those that live in our rural communities. We have been let down. We have been betrayed on Brexit, but it's even worse than that. The truth of it is that our country is in deeper trouble than anybody in public life even cares to admit. We are in economic decline as the average folk get poorer. We are in societal decline as violence, knife carrying, shoplifting. You can go and nick 200 quid and not get prosecuted. We're going down the tubes. This is even worse than it was back in the mid-1970s. And if this is not arrested, if this is not turned around, this within a decade will be a country that is not worth living in. And I think, as I'm sure many of you do, about those that went before us, those that built this incredible nation, that did the most remarkable things. Those that went before us, look at every village in Cornwall with its war memorial. Think about those that paid a massive price so that we could live as free people. I fear and I feel, as I guess many of you do, all of this is being given away. And that is why, despite over a quarter of a century campaigning for a cause that I was told I could never win, but did, and then enjoying a few years of semi-retirement, not having to work 7 days a week, not being pilloried by the press, enjoying myself enormously on GB News. But I thought last summer, I just cannot stand by and watch this useless, gutless, inexperienced political class surrender everything. Think about it. We've now got a cabinet of 25 men and women, not one of whom has ever worked in private business. Not one. We have a chancellor. Dubbed by our comic, our northern professional comic, who's given it up to become an MP, Lee Anderson, who dubbed her Rachel from accounts, who tells us she spent 10 years as an economist at the Bank of England. Now we know it was 4.5 in customer complaints. Is it any wonder we're in such trouble? And a business secretary, Jonathan Reynolds, who's never had a proper job in his life, who tells us he's a solicitor when he's never been qualified, which is a criminal offence. And I can tell you tonight that there will be a private prosecution brought against Jonathan Reynolds. On the big international picture, Keir Starmer is off to the White House on Thursday. Much will be discussed, including the wholly unnecessary surrender of the Chagos Islands We own them, yet we're prepared to pay £52 billion over the next 99 years to give it away. I hope Trump tells Starmer, Lord Hermer, and this bunch of human rights lawyers who seem to hate our country where to go. On Ukraine, it's the third anniversary of an horrendous war. 1 million battle casualties. Men living in trenches, behind barbed wire. It's almost hard to believe 106 years on, but it's just like the Western Front. At least Trump is attempting to negotiate peace, and I welcome and applaud that and believe that, as a principle, is the right thing to do. But what is important is that Ukraine must have the necessary security guarantees, and Starmer needs to make that plain to America. We may have slightly different nuances on this, but the important thing about settling the Ukraine war, about getting peace, is we have to make sure those security guarantees mean that Putin can never, ever do it again. And I hope Starmer comes back from the White House with that agreement. But whilst we are, on the one hand, the most realistic about the mess this country's in, and frankly, about the pathetic leadership that is given by a Labour Party, I mean, they're all so bloody miserable, aren't they? And a Conservative Party that has completely and utterly lost its way, with a leader who appears to be lazy, with a leader who comes up with bizarre conspiracy theories about our membership, our live ticker. Have you seen the live ticker? I'm obsessed with it. Today we've gone through 214,000 paid up members. Now, the Tories are a waste of space. Kemi's hopeless. They're going to fall off a cliff electorally. Indeed, it's happening already. And we now, in the last few weeks, we are now topping every single opinion poll in this country. What an amazing achievement. But we have to convert theory into reality. I am here in Cornwall tonight to deliver to you this message. At the last general election, across the 6 now parliamentary constituencies, all of which were Conservative, 4 of which are now Labour, 2 of which are now Liberal Democrat. We scored 16.6% of the vote on the 5th of July last year. An average of the latest polls in Cornwall puts us over 25% and says that if there was a general election tomorrow, Reform would win St Austell and Newquay and Cornwall South East. How about that? But the first step to Reform taking Cornwall happens on the 1st of May this year. That is when we get the Cornwall Council elections. 87 seats up for grabs. Looking at the polling and the numbers, most of those seats will be 3 or even 4-way marginals. If we can just get 30% of the vote in those seats, we're going to start to win seats in Cornwall in a significant number. And boy, doesn't Cornwall Council need something different, given they're now in debt to the tune of £1.3 billion. Can you believe that? Can you believe? How on earth, in a county the size of Cornwall, can you have run up a debt of £1.3 billion? Money, by the way, that you, through your council taxes, increasing over the next few years, will be expected to pay back. So we need some voices of common sense on Cornwall Council. We need lots of voices of common sense on Cornwall Council, don't we? But what do we need to do? We need to learn a lesson from the Liberal Democrats. No, we're not going to shoot any dogs or anything like that, don't worry. But the Liberal Democrats work at grassroots politics. We need people not just to join us as you've all done, and thank you. We need people not just to come to Carnbray this evening, braving the vile yobs outside as you've done. No, we need people to stand up and be candidates. I'm pleased to say we've nearly vetted everybody to fill the 87, but we are a little short. We need one or two more of you, half a dozen of you perhaps, to come and stand up this evening and say we'll do that. But we also need people to deliver leaflets through doors in their streets, their villages, their hamlets, their towns, wherever they live. We need you to go out and recruit us more members. We need those of you who want to do it, to support candidates and go out with them and knock on doors and hold stalls and hold street markets. If we together collectively get together behind the 87 and one or two more that come along this evening and join as candidates, if we do that, we will achieve a massive success in Cornwall on May the 1st this year, which will lead the way to Reform dominating the next general election in Cornwall. Is that what we want to achieve? Is that what you're going to help me with? Are you ready to make the commitment to help this great cause? Are you ready to do more? Well, please, let me ask you. Stand up if you're prepared to be a candidate. Stand up if you're prepared to deliver leaflets. Stand up if you're prepared to speak to your neighbours. Stand up if you want to help others to join. Stand up. Are we going to fight for reform? Do we want our country back? This is incredible. Thank you. At the end of this meeting, all around this room, you will see the branches. Go to the table, go to the stand with your branches on, and remember, you've stood up, I've looked you in the eye, you've promised you're going to make a contribution, and I know you're going to do it, and I know whenever I come back here next, Reform UK will become the dominant force, not just in Cornwall politics, but in British politics, and we'll bring back courage, we'll bring back leadership, we'll bring back patriotism, we'll bring back belief in who we are, we'll bring back the idea that our kids must no longer be poisoned at school, and we will, to quote a friend of mine, make Britain great again. Thank you. Thank you. Amazing. Look at them all standing up.